Good afternoon. I was just reviewing the custom colour schemes. Maybe those will come into use later on today's stream. So yeah, welcome to episode 24 of Game Boy Killer. We have ranked, so far we've done, let's see, 220 games. Well, 235 if you want to count the rest. And, you know, Rockman X, barely redeemable nonsense really. And then, of course, you go to the middle of the list and you have Double Dragon and Rainbow Prince right in the middle. And then, of course, you've got the top 100 with such classics as Puzznick and Track Meet and both the monochrome and colour versions of Drop Zone. Yes, Wario Land, currently the champ, the king, Public Enemy #1 for all of the games that I'll be covering. See if any of those could be the best. Well, let's see what we've got on this 101 cartridge that I've got. Which is this. Yeah, I briefly showed this off last week when I took a look at one of the Pokemon games. Pokemon Gold, specifically. And in fact, I did save, so I do want to see if it actually kept the save from the last stream. So let's try that out. Did it success? Also, I can do this, but There's not really much reason to. But I can change the colour of the border like this. I can make it black. You know, what's a good pattern? I want something dark. Yeah, let's go for that orange one. I like that. Yeah, I did beat Wario Land once. I can't remember if it was on my actual cartridge or not. It may have been for emulation, just because you can't really rely on save functions entirely. As evidenced here, yeah, it did not keep my save file from the previous stream. Actually, let me center the screen a bit, because it's looking just a little bit rubbish. I can do with fixing that bit. There we go. That's better. Well, anyway, now that we've established that the save function on this doesn't work, let's play something else. Let's play a game that I haven't ranked yet. So, I've done all these Pokemon games already, so actually, just to prove that Pokemon Crystal is the English version. Yeah, I mean, it says 2001 right there. That should be an indication. I mean, this is the slightly better version, but the differences between this and previous versions are negligible, I want to say, which is why I ranked them in the same spot on the list. But yeah, Pokemon Crystal is just the English version, there's not much to really see. So, let's play a game that I haven't done on stream yet, and that game is Digital Monster! So let's see what we've got going on with this one. Yes, Digital Monster 2001! Starring Machamp, you know, my favourite digital monster. Yeah, so can already see this is going to be a real classic. Who will rule the new Earth? Yeah, so do you remember, you know, digital monsters? You know, all your favourite characters like Armadon and Diablo? Okay, let's... Oh. Okay, and the screen glitches out briefly while it tries to load up the title screen. Let's go to the game credits. Let's see who worked on this. Time Warner Interactive, and all of these people who made the original coin-op game. You know, that classic coin-op game, Digital Monster 2001. You know, my favourite coin-op game. There we go. Probe Entertainment. So, you know, I'm sure all these people are very proud to have worked on the classic Digital Monster 2001. Wait, factory default. Yeah, this is... Yeah, I'm setting up a phone right now. We've got to set this to factory settings. Okay, and there's 8 difficulties, so Street Fighter 2. Which is funny, because I think the Game Boy version of Street Fighter 2 only had 5 difficulties. A lot more incremental time. We'll just go for the default. And you can set the number of credits, but you cannot set it to infinite credits, which is unfortunate. But I imagine 10 would probably be enough. Okay, let's just go into the game. So we have all your favourite digital monsters. So we've got Sauron, Talon, Blizzard, Chaos, Armadon, and Diablo. Let's go for Armadon, just because I like the name. Nice inverted colours there. Ooh, nice bit of a smooth animation. Oh, okay, not so much when you start moving. Okay, and now I'm just stuck in place. Okay, I can crouch. Okay, I'm trying to do the moves, and yeah, it's not really working especially well. Okay, I did get one off. Yeah, here we go, nice little grab there. There we go, Sauron. You don't want to stare into the eye of Sauron. You may become corrupted by this game's interesting colour scheme. Okay, so if you haven't figured it out yet, so this is actually Primal Rage that they've just reskinned. Because yeah, there was a Game Boy version of Primal Rage. It was not a great version. Also, I couldn't even tell that I'd won. I was looking at the wrong bar. I thought the bar below the name was the health, but no, apparently it was the one on top. So that is just kind of confusing. Now, Primal Rage, if you don't know, it was one of the many games that, well, basically tried to compete with Mortal Kombat. back in the mid-90s. There were so many of these, and it's kind of a shame that I haven't played the Game Boy versions of Mortal Kombat, because this would be great to compare it with, especially considering that Pro worked on that as well. But even though Mortal Kombat seems relatively common for multi-carts, none of the ones I own include it. Same for, like, you know, Contra and a couple others. Also, yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with the colours in this. And I think I lost. Also, yeah, I do note the fact that there was, yeah, 8 difficulty options. I don't know how many there were in the original. Also, it keeps jumping, like, straight up in the air, even though I'm trying to jump forwards. It doesn't seem to work as well as I want to. I'm not sure if that's just an issue with the controls, or if that's just playing this with the GameCube controller. Though, the controls in Primal Rage were always just awkward anyway. Because, basically, to do special moves, you have to hold down both the attack buttons. I think there may have been more buttons in the arcade version, but, playing this on the Game Boy... Yeah, there are... You know, you gotta hold down both attack buttons, and then you've got to, like mash the D-pad, and it doesn't work especially well. But yeah, he keeps, like, just jumping straight up in the air, which was not a problem in the other fighting games I played. So I'm just going to assume it's a problem with this port specifically. But, yeah. The controls in this were, as I say, in the arcade version, they weren't that good in the first place. So I'm going to try a different character just for the hell of it. I probably won't be spending much time on this game. You also notice, by the way, yeah, the colour palette is really bad, because they didn't bother to colour in the game properly. Like, the title screen is in colour, but the rest of the game isn't. Like, this is just the colour palette that you get, and you cannot change it. There we go. Blizzard, who's basically equivalent to Sub-Zero. As I say, this game really was trying to be... this game really was just trying to be Mortal Kombat, but in the Stone Age with dinosaurs. Well, I'll say the Stone Age. Prehistory, let's say. With dinosaurs. Also, the controls are weird. It's like... Okay, so with Blizzard, it's like the A button punches with the right hand and B punches with the left. I don't really understand that. You know. And I don't think select does anything. Like start and select... Like, I can pause the game. Okay, I want to at least win a fight. And I figure, you know, let's go for the Sub-Zero. The Sub-Zero-like. Because when in doubt, freeze the opponent and get a free hit in. Though, I will say this, audio-wise, it's not too bad. You know, you can tell this is a British production, and when it comes to the sound, that's generally a good thing. Not always, but, you know. Oh, that's an uppercut there. The uppercut rules you all! Oh, hold on. No, I was trying to do the fatality, or whatever it's called, and it wouldn't let me. But yeah, this was originally a licensed game. Like, Primal Rage was converted to, well, basically every system at the time. Like, this was on, you know, Game Boy, Game Gear, Mega Drive, SNES, PlayStation. I think there was a Saturn version. Like, I assume there were, like, computer versions, like DOS or Windows or whatever. It had to have been on one of them. Like, I mean, there was a bloody Atari Jaguar version of this. Like, as in Atari Jaguar CD. A console that had, I think, 10 games. And this is the only game that anyone's likely to have heard of. No, and, yeah, I can't really get over that. I don't know what the meter on the bottom is for. I think that may be a rage meter. A bit like in a, like Mortal Kombat, I think. But yeah, like I say, this was on everything. And it's weird, because they never made any sequels or anything like that. I mean, with how much they promoted this first game, it feels like they wanted to make this into a big series. And this happened with a few games. Like, it happened with Rise of the Robots, where they made a sequel, but no one cared. Like, people were like, you know, they bought the snake oil once, they weren't prepared to buy it again. And from what I've heard, the sequel was terrible as well. So, people were right not to buy that. But there technically was a sequel to this, it just wasn't released. Like, I think it was an arcade game. but it failed location testing, so they just never released it. Okay, I'm trying to do other moves, and it's not working. There we go, nice little uppercut there. But yeah, unfortunately, this version just suffers from a bad color palette. That's not the fault of the original game. That's just the fault of whoever did this ROM hack. They just didn't bother to color in the game properly. It's almost like a Macinsoft game, although it certainly doesn't look quite that bad. You know, like you can at least look at this and not immediately have your eyes just filled with blood. So this is automatically better than that, just for that reason. But I don't know, I mean, you compare this to, like, the Mortal Kombat ports, which, sadly, I don't have, but the Mortal Kombat ports on Game Boy were interesting because the first one was awful, from what I remember, but the sequel was better. Like, Mortal Kombat 2 on Game Boy was surprisingly good, and it was made by the same people, I think. Okay, trying to see if I can do the Fatality. Was that it? No, I don't think it was. Yeah, I mean, as I say, graphically it's pretty bad, but that's only because the people who hacked the ROM just didn't... they just didn't bother to colour it in a way that makes any sense. But, yeah, like... So you'll notice, like, the sprites are all red, or at least the ones that appear during gameplay. It's like they tried to make it violent, but then you have things like you spit an ice ball that's red, and it just doesn't make any sense. I mean, I kind of get why they did that, but, you know, if you're going to try to hack a game like this and put it in colour, you need to properly put it in colour. You can't just, you know, you can't just do the classic Game Boy Color bootstrap ROM thing of just applying a single colour palette to everything. Try to see if I can get a combo off, but it's not really working. I do know that one of the characters is missing from this version, and mechanically it's been simplified a bit. As I say, the original game had more buttons. And there was... What was it? Like, you had extra attack buttons, you could do different kinds of jumps, which you can't do in this one. You can only do the one, like, just regular forward jump, which is not necessarily a bad thing, actually. But, you know, it's not far off from the other versions. From what I remember briefly playing those, though obviously this isn't going to compare well to, say, the 32X version, or certainly the arcade. Or maybe even the Game Gear. I haven't played the Game Gear version, but I would imagine that one might be a little bit better. If only just for being fully in colour. I imagine would probably help a bit. Okay, and I'm probably about to lose here, I think. But I'll give it a go. Ugh! Yeah, just I keep getting stuck just doing straight up jumps when I'm trying to jump forwards. No. Wait, what's going on? Okay, trying to do the yeah, trying to do the fatality. I don't actually know what the combination is. I can remember the one for the, you know, the armadillo bloke or whatever he is, but I can't remember any of the others. Also, yes, the green and blue inferno. Yeah, this one that I was just playing as earlier. Also, do you fight the characters in a specific order? It looks like it. Or maybe it just doesn't change characters whenever you lose. But it's not a bad version, actually. I will say this. I mean, granted, I mean, you're better off playing this as the original Game Boy version, but if we judge the original Game Boy version on its own merits, ignore the colour palette, just pretend that I'm playing this on a on a monochrome Game Boy. So I can't remember if Armadon has projectiles or not. I don't think he does. I think he's only got, like, the close range. Oh, no, he does. I just forgot you could do it. Ugh. I forget exactly how the grab system in this works. I thought it was like a special move. Like, you had to do the special move thing to do the, combos. Ugh. No. You know, I've actually played quite a few fighting games in this series, and they really do run the gamut in terms of quality. You know, you got those SNK conversions, and then on the other end you've got stuff like, no, that's it. Yeah, who needs red? Well, there is a tiny bit of red on the top of the screen, to be fair. But, okay, we'll give this fight a go. I don't actually know what happens if you win. I've never seen anyone beat this. Also, yeah, like, I know that the characters are the same colour as the background. I think that... I don't know if that's how this game actually works. Like, the characters are essentially rendered as background objects. That was a pretty common thing that they did on the Sega Master System. But on Game Boy, I don't remember. I'm pretty sure that's how Street Fighter 2 did it. Blizzard conquers the Hollows. I do like that map, though. I always feel that. Ooh. Oh no, mirror match? Oh, no, hold on, no it isn't. Also, why are we in a city? Is this meant to be like the Flintstones, like post-apocalyptic, but now pre-history world? Or post-history, I guess? I don't know. Yeah, let's just mess about with this for a bit, because I think we'll get this game at this point. Okay. So, I have ranked Street Fighter 2. It's kind of in the middle of the list somewhere. I think it's like 115, which, you know, puts it like right in the middle. It's not great. It has a really bad frame rate. But other than that, it's actually better than you would think, considering how ropey it looks when you see it in motion. But, yeah, I don't know. I thought that one was okay. I mean, Mortal Kombat, I mean, the first game would rank pretty low. I remember that being a really poor version of the game. But, yeah, Mortal Kombat 2, I remember being pretty good. It's been a while since I've played it, though. So, maybe I'm wrong. But, yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, Mortal Kombat 2 was, like, the good one. And then the rest of them were pretty ropey. See if I can get a bunch of combos off. Yeah, see, it's a good thing I already knew how to do the special moves, because otherwise I wouldn't have a clue. I would just think the game was broken. Because again, like, I think even people who worked on the game said, okay, we probably shouldn't have done the special moves like this. Okay, well, better lose, I think. Okay. It's hard to tell which one I even am. They look quite similar on the Game Boy, but, okay, I'm the one on the right, I think. There we go. Yeah, I mean, there were Game Gear versions of Mortal Kombat, and I want to say that those were generally better. So, hello Clip, how you doing? Okay, what happens when you get game over? I want to see this. Just out of interest. Oh, okay, you just get a high score. Okay, let's enter this in. See how I ranked. There we go. Number 2! Oh, okay, I was hoping for something a bit funnier, but there we go. Yes. Machamp, who totally features in this game. So, yes, Digital Monster 2001, a game that has absolutely nothing to do with Digimon, as evidenced by the fact that it's quite obviously a completely different game entirely. But anyway, where does Digital Monster 2001 go on this list? Well, I guess when you have to think about it, again, I've looked at a good handful of fighting games, and, you know, you look at the top end of this list and see games like Soul Falchion or Netto King of Fighters 96, and this certainly is not on that level. It doesn't play as well, the frame rate isn't as high. They kind of went the route of, you know, having bigger sprites at the cost of frame rate, but the game plays okay. You do have the issue where certain characters may look kind of similar on the Game Boy screen. Like, I think on other versions, you could use the colours to tell them apart, but obviously that doesn't work here. But the game works fine. The controls are responsive for the most part. It's got that weird issue where I kept jumping straight up in the air. I don't know. I mean, that could possibly be an issue with the GameCube controller, but I'm going to guess probably not, because I don't remember that being a problem with the other fighting games I played. I don't know. I mean, when I think about it, it's certainly not up here, but it's certainly not down in this area. You know, where you look at games like Zetai Muteki Raijino, which is absolute arsewash that you do not want to bother with. So I think, if anything, we're looking more in the middle of the list. I mean, we were talking about Street Fighter 2 earlier, currently 112th on the list. And, yeah, this does remind me a lot of the Street Fighter 2 conversion. It's not bad, but it's stymied somewhat by the hardware. Again, having that issue where it's hard to tell certain characters apart, especially in a mirror match, where they're going to look exactly the same, just because of the way the game renders its graphics. Like, the fact that you don't have colours, it makes that kind of a problem to deal with. It does make me wonder if maybe they should have turned off the mirror matches, and they are a thing in this. I'm watching the attract mode, this is going by right now. They are definitely a thing in this. I've got the episodes backed up on my computer, at least the ones from episode 18 onwards. I might see if I can upload those somewhere. Maybe YouTube or Archive or whatever. But anyway, Street Fighter 2... Street Fighter 2 was a better game in its original form, but it was missing a few characters. I mean, this I think is only missing one character. And I definitely remember that game having a worse frame rate. I think it runs at about half the frame rate of Primal Rage, or Digital Monster 2001, whatever. The colour palette in this is not good, but if you play this on a monochrome Game Boy, it should be fine. Then the colour palette would be a non-issue, I think, or at least it would be as much of an issue as it would be on the Game Boy with the original, but no more than that. But, you know, the presentation's alright. It's got that going for it. I think this is, compared to Street Fighter 2, this is a better conversion of a game that wasn't as good to begin with. But it's also a case that both games were converted to everything. Like, you can get Street Fighter 2 on basically any console that existed in 1993. Primal Rage you could get on basically any console that existed in 1995. Yeah, all the best Game Boy games like Digital Monster 2001 and Rainbow Prince and Double Dragon and MO Dow. Is it better than Street Fighter 2? Yeah. You know, it is roughly equivalent to Street Fighter 2 in terms of quality. But I think the other versions of Street Fighter 2, like, there's more of a difference in quality between those versions and the Game Boy version. The Game Boy version is kind of a disappointment, and I play it and I wish it was more like the King of Fighters ports. So I'm going to put this above Street Fighter 2. I think it's better than that. It's certainly less glitchy than Rainbow Prince, at least the version I have. Maybe that's just a problem with the multicart I have. But Rainbow Prince is very basic. It's decent enough, but, you know, there's not a whole lot to it. It's basically a second-rate Twinbee. That's how I'd describe it. So I think it's better than that. But is it better than Double Dragon? It is not Double Dragon, but is it better than Double Dragon? Because Double Dragon was a pretty decent conversion of a game that I'm not a huge fan of personally. But Double Dragon, most of the conversions of that game were really bad. And I can't say that for the Game Boy version. It's one of the only versions that doesn't suck, quite frankly. I don't think the combat in Double Dragon is great, but I think it does control better, runs at a better frame rate, and I think it does change up the levels a bit more. It changes up things a bit compared to other versions in terms of the levels. So I would say that is maybe a little bit better. It's kind of funny that this is the 221st game that I'll be ranking, not counting the games below the buffer zone, because we shouldn't be. And this is the median. This game is the median on this list. The 111th best game. And, you know, hitting number 1 3 times at once. But yeah, there we go. Digital Monster 2001. The 111th best game on this list. So, let's see what's next. So, now we have Megaman Xtreme. See what we've got going on with this. Oh, licensed by Nintendo, so you know it's going to be good. Devil Primal Rage. So yeah, you ever heard of this Megaman Xtreme? You ever heard of this Megaman X? Kind of like Mega Man, but not quite, because they wanted to make it edgier for the 90s. Yeah, it's like, you know what, Mega Man, you know, original Mega Man just isn't cool anymore. We've got to update this for 1993. Or 2001, as it were in this case. So, yeah, named Mega Man X. I mean, what makes this game so extreme? I guess we'll find out. But, well, certainly it's got a much better colour palette than the previous game, I can tell you that. They actually made an effort to colour the game in properly, and not just slap just the default Game Boy Color palette on the game. Also, yeah, 7 whole streams of best Game Boy games. Yeah, episode 24. So, okay, let's actually go into this. I don't think the intro really has much going on. Ooh. But hey, we've got that nice Mega Man X theme in glorious 8-bit form. So what do we have here? We got button config, which is pretty much what you expect. Though it is kind of strange that you select to go to the sub-screen and not start. I'm used to pressing start in all these games for that, including on the Game Boy. Also, you can use the start button to dash, which is... I don't know why anyone would ever do that. But hey, the option's there if you want to do it. So extra, we've got auto charge and rapid fire. So, yes, auto charge, that just charges your buster without having to hold down the button, so I'm going to turn that on. Rapid fire, well, does what you expect. You just hold down the B button and you constantly shoot. Yeah, there's no option to swap select and start. I don't know why that is. But hey, we do have a sound test. Yeah, you want to hear the amazing soundtrack from Mega Man Xtreme? You can do so. I do know there's at least one bootleg that uses the soundtrack from this game, but I don't have that game. I think it was like a Dragon Ball game. Oh, I love that video. Okay, you know what? Now that you've brought that up, I now have to load it up. Hold on. I'm sorry. I was thinking about this video yesterday, actually, and now I need to see it. Because it is one of the greatest videos ever made. Hold on, let me do this. Okay, well that's got that out of my system. Okay, let's play Mega Man Xtreme. Let's see what we've got. Continue, by the way, as a save feature. I don't think this game has passwords, at least not from what I've played. Which makes a change from Zuhero Z. If you remember that. Okay, here we go. So we've got the nice auto charge feature, which is a welcome change, actually, because that's one thing that I kind of wish was in the previous games, is not having to hold the button down to do it. But yeah, you may recognise this stage from Mega Man X. So yeah, you can dash like this. Looks as you would want. So here we go. Oh, I remember this. Yeah, so in this version, you can't shoot this boss until it's fully on screen, which is kind of annoying. Also, yeah, they couldn't really animate the bridge falling, so it just smash cuts. But, you know, I guess that's a limitation of the Game Boy Color, so I'm not going to fault them for that. I will fault them for this, though, the fact that you can't shoot the thing until it's fully on screen. I don't really know why the game does that. Also, yeah, press the select button. There you go. Also, the escape option, well, it's the intro level, so I can't escape. Yeah, so far, Yeah, pretty much what you would expect from a Game Boy take on Mega Man X. Because, you know, we've seen all the, you know, Game Boy takes on the original series to mixed results. But, you know, the Game Boy games generally got better as they went along. You know, Mega Man 4, really good game. Mega Man 5, also a good game. So, yeah, going into this, I was hoping that they could bring that momentum to this game. But we'll see. I have played this game a little bit off stream. I'll say for the record, I never got into Mega Man X, like the series. Like, I like the original series on the NES, and never really got into the series much beyond that. Also, yeah. You may remember in the original Mega Man X, this was one of those fights that was impossible to win. Yeah, it's just... You basically had to lose so the game could play at a cutscene. But in this version, you actually can win, which is interesting. I don't know what happens if you lose. Maybe you just have to redo the fight. Because, I mean, surely they wouldn't have put a cutscene in there if you could just skip the cutscene by winning the fight. It seems unlikely to me. Also, yeah. We got Zero in the house. Also, yeah, you also notice, by the way, the text on this goes quite slowly, so I'm just going to speed this up. Just for the interest of actually showing off a bit more of the gameplay. I do have a pretty good idea of where this game's going to go on the list, but it's going to take some explaining, I think. But like I say, I do like Mega Man 4 and 5 on the Game Boy quite a bit. And I even like Mega Man 2, as flawed as that game might be. 1 and 3 can go in the bin. But, you know, you can't win them all. And then, of course, you have the Rockman 8 bootleg, which can die in a fire. Like, I mean, that game can burn. Mega Man X1 and... Not X1. Mega Man 1 and 3 on Game Boy, you know, I'd just stick those in a shelf somewhere and just forget about them. I wouldn't burn them. You know, those games can live, I just wouldn't want to play them. But the Rockman 8 bootleg can die. And Zuke-Hero, you know, he's got his place in the world. Also, yeah, Midi. Was Midi even in the X games? I don't remember this character being... Certainly not in X1. Like I say, I didn't get into the series, but I've played enough of the first Mega Man X to have an idea on how this compares to it. But essentially, if you haven't played this game, it really combines levels from Mega Man X1 and X2. But it takes a while to get to the X2 levels. Honestly, I think Rockman 8 is worse, because the Mega Man games on DOS, I mean, they're awful, but they're at least original, they're beatable. Like, you don't have the problem where you constantly fall through moving platforms that you obviously landed on. So yeah, I mean, Rockman 8 is far worse than that. It's not even a contest. Though I do understand that, yeah, both of the DOS games are awful. I've tried playing the first one, and it was bad. Apparently the third one is worse. And when I say the third one, I actually mean the second one, because there was no Mega Man 2 on DOS. I assume that they decided, you know what, Mega Man 2 is so good that we don't want to tarnish its reputation by making an awful DOS game that has the same name. Though granted, I would say Mega Man 3 on the NES is even better, but, you know, that's a matter of opinion. You know, you get different answers depending on who you ask. I'm of the school that would say Mega Man 3 is the best one on the NES. I mean, when it comes to the Game Boy games, well, the list has proven that Mega Man 4 is the best. So, yeah. Mega Man X, like I say, the save feature on this cartridge doesn't work, as evidenced by the fact that the save function for Pokemon Gold is just gone. You know, the save that I had last week. Yeah, I mean, the intro isn't that bad, if you have it on mute. Now, I'll say this, graphically, it looks quite good for the old Game Boy Color. You know, nice detailed backgrounds. So, you know, I cannot fault this game from a graphical standpoint. Oh. I can't fault my gameplay skills and having forgotten what the enemies do in this level. And it's only giving me weapon capsules, which are useless because I don't have any weapons at this point. Yeah, if only this game did what, like, Metroid does, and only spawn the weapon power-ups when, or like the missiles, when you actually can use them. Trying to get health and it's not working. Ugh. Also, yeah, I have no idea how you avoid that. Also, yeah, you may remember this bit from Mega Man X. So basically, you get the leg upgrade, which increases your dash. So I did beat Mega Man 6 pretty recently. I'm not a huge fan of 6. I find it kind of blasé compared to previous games, personally. The bosses have too much invincibility time, and it kind of drags out the fights unnecessarily. But I don't know. I mean, Mega Man 6 is fine. You know, in the echelon, or in the pantheon, let's say, of NES platformers, it's easily one of the better ones. But you can say that for all of the Mega Man games on the NES, really. Like, they are a solid series. Try to see if I can get some health back. So I've already done this boss fight before, so I'm going to need it. Also, I can't even tell what the maximum health bar is. I know you can get extra hits later on. Now, this bit coming up, I do like this. This was in the original as well. Yeah! I kind of wish I could just do this for the whole game. Yeah, like just fall into the pit that you can't see. That you could see in the original game. Okay, let's try that again. And try not to... Yeah. See, this is kind of a problem with playing this on the Game Boy color screen. Like, you just can't see pits a lot of the time. It's not as bad in this as it is in some other games, but yeah, you definitely have that problem where sometimes you just can't see what's coming. Oh, also I kind of got stuck on the thing there, I couldn't tell what happened. And I don't think there's anything up here, but I'll check anyway. No. But yeah, so I've increased my dashing ability, which is going to be useful in points. Also, yeah, note the auto-save things. So that, it's not like a battery save function. It's actually just gives you a checkpoint. Similar to Zuki-Hero 2, it kind of does the same thing as that game. Also, yeah, how you meant to dodge that, I don't know. Okay, so here we go. Fight Chill Penguin. Who was not all that chill from what I remember. So, yeah. So note the Come on, I'm just gonna I'm just gonna hang out up here just because I can. Okay, what's Chill Penguin doing? It's like, yeah. See, if the boss just decides to do that, you're just getting hit no matter what. Now, those of you who've played the SNES game may notice a bit of a problem with the bosses in this, which is you have a lot less space to move around in. I mean, yes, the sprites are a little bit smaller, but just the limitations of the Game Boy mean that the actual screen is a lot, or the room that you have to move around in is a lot smaller than it is in the original. But you also know, like, the massive health bar that the bosses have in this too. But yeah, this is the strategy from what I remember. Just kind of, just hang out in the corner and just try desperately not to get hit every few seconds. Actually, yeah, thinking about it, I may actually want the rapid fire on for this bit. If I can find the right option. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, this is actually a point where you do want the rapid fire, because you're going to be mashing the button a lot. But, like, look at the crazy amounts of damage the bosses do whenever they hit you. If you come into contact with them, you're losing, like, a third of your health bar. It's ridiculous. And not to mention their health bar is, like, twice as big as yours, like, literally. But it's like, well, what am I supposed to do there? You know, like, I don't have, you know, I don't have any, like, whatever they call it. Also, hello, Ahmed, how you doing? Yeah, like, I don't know what you're supposed to do with the bosses. Like, because the bosses do insane amounts of damage, and you have way less health than they do. They have tons of invulnerability time when you do hit them, and your weapons do almost no damage. And that's really the problem with this game. Like, the bosses just feel unfair. Like, far more so than the original. Like, I'm pretty sure in the original your weapons were more effective. I don't think the bosses had nearly as much invulnerability time as well. I don't know, it just feels like when they brought this game over to Game Boy, they just fucked up the boss fights. So we'll go to a boss fight that I think I actually can beat. I mean, that's actually the first boss that you're supposed to beat as well, which is the sad part. It's like, oops, the boss that's supposed to be the easy one, we accidentally made it like 5 times harder than in the original. So, yeah, have fun trying to do that. And like I say, admittedly, I never got into this series anyway, so maybe I'm not the best person to critique it. But, yeah, it's kind of the thing, like, because I think back to, like, the Mega Man games on Game Boy, and there were certainly some difficult boss fights in those games. But they don't, like, immediately throw you into the fire the way that this game does. Like, it's not like, you know, the boss that's meant to be weak to the Mega Buster. Because even, like, the first boss that you fight against, like, all of them, you have to hit them, like, 20 times minimum with a Mega Buster. And with the invulnerability time that they have, it takes, like, at least a couple of minutes. So you have to go for a good couple minutes without dying. Which is just unnecessary. It's one of the things I didn't like about the later Mega Man games on the NES. Where they just had way too much invulnerability time when you hit them. And it kind of just made it annoying. Here we go, just mash buttons until you win. That's what this game feels like sometimes. It's kind of funny too, because like the platforming in this is generally better than it is in the Game Boy games. The Game Boy games had a problem where your movement speed was just too slow. And that's not a problem here, like you actually move at a decent speed. Like you move kind of like as you would expect for Mega Man X. Like it's normal, I guess. It's kind of like it moves at a normal speed. Also, yeah, just sudden transition into the boss fight. But, now this one's interesting because you may actually notice you actually have way more room to move around on this. So, this plays out like it does in the original game. Where, okay. Oh, I forgot it does that. Oh, also that can happen and you just die. But it's... I don't know. Like, this game is weird in places. The B games... I don't know. I ran into a lot of technical issues trying to run some of the games. Yeah, so... This is what I got the leg upgrade thing for. For the first boss... Well, for the first stage. Because the first boss is actually a complete bastard. Like 10 times harder than it is in the original, from what I remember. Also, yeah, for the record, there is a bit of input latency, or just latency in general, playing it with this setup. So, playing this is going to be harder than it is playing this on... Oh, okay, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, so playing this in general is going to be harder than it is playing it on the Game Boy. Or, yeah, playing this on emulation. Also, it keeps going into the menu when I'm not even pressing the button. I think it's because, like, on the GameCube controller, like, X is select. Yeah. Basically, if it does that, I lose. I can do it just fine playing it on an emulator. But doing this on, like... So the problem with doing the bosses on this is you have to be really quick. That's the thing. You need to have like really quick reaction times to do them. And like I say, doing this with like a HD capture device introduces like some input latency. Not a whole lot, but enough that makes these boss fights a lot harder than they normally would be if I was just playing them through an emulator. So maybe I should play this on an emulator just to show that I'm not quite this bad. Because I did get further playing this off stream. But anyway, yeah, Mega Man X, I'm not going to bother playing anymore, because I've played enough to know that I don't like it. Like, I played it a fair bit off stream, like, I got up to the Sigma levels, and I'm like, you know what, I don't like this game. I wasn't a fan of Mega Man X either, but this is significantly worse. But, I mean, you think about the original Mega Man games, you think about what this adds compared to Mega Man 5. You know, Mega Man 5 currently... where is it? 38 on this list. It adds colour. It adds the ability to, you know, do auto fire and, you know, do the charge shot without holding the button down. Those are good. You know, those ideas are welcome. The checkpoint system is a lot better. Your movement is better. You're a lot faster than you were in the Game Boy games. So there are certainly some noted upgrades, but I think really the big problem with Mega Man Xtreme, and, you know, playing this, you know, for emulation, just to get a feel of how the game works, without having to deal with input latency or anything else like that. The platforming, I would say, is, in a way, feels better than the previous games. It's not necessarily better than it is in Mega Man 4 or 5, but the platforming is fine. For the most part. I mean, you do have issues where you might not be able to see a pit that's ahead, or you may accidentally fall onto a spike that you couldn't see that was ahead of you. But you kind of have to expect that on the Game Boy. That's just kind of how it is. But the boss fights are terrible. Like, that's really where this game falls apart. The boss fights... The bosses have way too much health. Like, it's basically compounded by several problems that aren't necessarily that bad on their own, but when you combine them, make it far worse. Where the bosses have twice as much health as you do, at least when you start out. They do a ton of damage. They can kill you in, like, 3 or 4 hits. Like, literally. Like, if they touch you 3 or 4 times, you're dead. And there doesn't seem to be much opportunity to get, like, E-tanks or, you know, equivalent, whatever. There just didn't seem to be much of that. So, you're kind of screwed. The bosses have a lot of invulnerability time when you get hit by them, or when you hit them. They have at least a second of that, which feels a bit excessive. And you really don't get much time to react to their attacks. And, like, you look at, like, the Storm Eagle fight, and how you actually have far more room to avoid attacks than you do with the other fights. And it makes me think that they should have just done that way for all of the fights. Like, if Chill Penguin's room was the same size that it was in the SNES version, it probably wouldn't be nearly as bad. At least in terms of horizontal kind of width, it would have been more palatable. I don't know. The platforming is okay, but I think the boss fights ruin it. If you can deal with the boss fights in this, then maybe you get more out of this than I did, but I really did not like this one. And like I say, I did play up to the first couple of Sigma stages. I beat that spider boss, and it was not fun. Like, at all. I mean, I remember that boss being notoriously hard in the original, so... Just making it worse by giving you less room to avoid, and less time to avoid it as well, is just ludicrous to me. Not only that, but the levels themselves feel like cut-down versions of the SNES levels. Where you play Mega Man 4... or even like Mega Man 3, the levels feel new. You know, they may use some of the similar ideas, but there are some new ideas mixed in as well. Or at least ones that are not what you would find in that stage that you're playing. Like, they felt new. Like, the Mega Man Game Boy series is worth playing in its own right. At least, well, the good ones are anyway. But I don't know, it just feels like Mega Man Xtreme is kind of a lesser version of the SNES games. Because again, the stages just feel like they took the SNES stages and remade them, but just didn't do them as well. But I don't know, I mean, the presentation is fine, you know. Like, the audio is good, it's a really good soundtrack, I'll give it that. But yeah, I mean, it's no Mega Man 4, and it's certainly no Mega Man 5. Adventure Island 2 is a better game, as is Kirby's Dream Land, of course. Yeah, Donkey Kong 94, I don't have that one. I never really played that game much, actually. But, yeah, I mean, Muhammad Ali Boxing is a way better game than this. I'd much rather play Sonic 6. You know, Mickey Mouse, aka the Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle, that's a far better game. It's no Rubble Saver 2, also known as Max. But, you know, I mean, you think about something like Mega Man 3, and how, you know, the boss fights weren't great in that either, and the platforming was bad. You know, it doesn't belong down here with these games. So I think there's only so low that I can take it. Though, saying that, I would also rather play Digital Monster 2001. I mean, that game may not have a great frame rate, but that game was more fun to play. Ishido The Way of Stones is a better game. It's no Zook Hero Z. It's weird, because I was expecting this game to be a lot higher on the list than Zook Hero Z. Because that game is really jank. Like, there's a lot of... It's like I said, when I played that game really suffered from a lack of polish. This game... It feels like the bad parts are bad on purpose. It's like they deliberately wanted to make the game as close to the SNES game as they could make it. Which felt like the wrong way to go about it. I mean, even the Game Boy games changed it up more from the originals. And Zook Hero Z, it's like the bad parts are bad by accident. And I think I would much rather deal with that than play Mega Man Xtreme. Like, I would much rather go back to Zook Hero Z, try to get the retro achievements that I didn't get, rather than touch Mega Man Xtreme again. But it's not as bad as Zook Hero 2. Like, Zook Hero 2, the enemies are way too fast, and the bosses are just straight up unfair. Like, there's maybe a case to be made for the bosses in this game, not for Zook Hero 2. But, yeah, I mean, Flipple, an exciting cube game. I'm not sure if it's as exciting as this, but it is certainly more preferable. Crane Shinchan 6. Yeah, I think I'd play that over this. Solar Striker is a better game. Solar Striker is not the most exciting game in the world, but I don't know, I think I'd rather sit down and try to beat that game. Like, that game felt more approachable and less redundant. Because, again, I would rather just play Mega Man X on the SNES than play this game, because I don't know why I wouldn't do that at this point. Maybe back in 2000, when you couldn't easily get SNES games on a handheld, but now we live in an age where you can do that, so what's the point? So yeah, Solar Striker is a better game. Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six is better. Actually, it's funny, because I saw it posted in a server somewhere, it's like, well, so it was like Tom Clancy's daughter, and it's like the heading's like, Tom Clancy's trans daughter, which is pretty cool. But yeah, this is not as good as Rainbow Six. I mean, the PlayStation version of Rainbow Six sucked, and the Game Boy version wasn't great, but it was better than the PlayStation version. But this is better than Magic Ball. Magic Ball was just tedious. This at least has a bit more going on. So yeah, I'd take this over that. But yeah, Mega Man Xtreme, a massive disappointment. That's the best way I can describe that, really. But what better to follow that up with than with another game with X in the title. Yes, it is time for X-Men Wolverine. Yes, X-Men and Wolverine. Because, you know, we all know that Wolverine is not actually a member of the X-Men. He just kind of goes off and does his own thing. Yep, from Marvel and Activision. Ooh. Yeah, it's a great sign when you see that. Digital Clips. The same people who made all those really cool retro game compilations on the Switch. Also, X-Men Evolution. I've never seen that. Like, was that a show? I guess it must have been, but I don't know. I never heard of it. So presumably this game is based on that show. I don't know, I've played a good handful of X-Men games, and I can tell you right now, the NES games are fucking terrible, and the Mega Drive ones are surprisingly good. And there's also Mutant Academy 2 on PlayStation. That game's actually quite good. And no one ever talks about it, which is kind of a shame. I would say perhaps one of the better fighting games on the PlayStation. There we go, good old Logan, up to his old tricks. You know, I did actually play an X-Men game in the past. You may remember it, Spider-Man X-Men Arcade's Revenge. I played that a few streams ago. And it was absolute bollocks. So let's hope the Game Boy Color can do a little bit better. But here we go. Good old Patrick Stewart. Glad to see you could make it. Actually, who played Professor X in the cartoon? Because I don't know. It's kind of a shame it doesn't have the 90s theme. That's what I wanted. But I'm guessing they didn't have that theme in the show. So, what is he going to play? I'm sorry, what's going on? Okay, I guess... Yep. Got his mask on now. The cherry on the cake. I like a bit of cherry cake. Or even cherry pie. Something a lot better than apple pie. I don't know why anyone would want to eat warmed up apple, but whatever. What is this menu? Sound effects, music... Wait, can I turn these... Yeah. Do you want to play this game in complete silence so you don't get detected by the enemy? Okay, we'll have the sound on. Yeah, Wolverine. It kind of felt like the Tom and Jerry game if it was really bad. But yeah, X-Men Wolverine. It's well, actually, it's called Wolverine's Rage. So it's kind of interesting. It almost has elements of, I don't know, Prince of Persia or something like that. The way that you can cling onto ledges. Well, I say Prince of Persia. I guess it's a bit more like Aladdin. We're thinking about games that I've played on Game Boy. There we go. Level 1 complete. But yes, Digital Eclipse, they did make some original games back in the day. And they varied in quality, but even back then they were doing quite a few ports. I think they did Arcade Party Pack on PlayStation, which is quite good, from what I remember. Had a really good version of Smash TV on it. Also, yeah, you can just knock down the bins if you want to. Because Wolverine cares not for environmentalism, he only cares about defeating Magneto, you know. But so far, so standard. I guess it's actually... doesn't look too dissimilar to the Wolverine game on the NES, actually. Okay, and he's just getting assaulted. Okay, sometimes I hit the enemies and it just looks like they're not taking damage. Which is kind of weird. I don't really get that. And I missed the jump. Great. Yeah, I mean, graphically, it's alright. You know, it's got a fair bit of animation. Although, it does have respawning enemies, which is kind of annoying. Hold on. Is this going to be like the first level? Is the exit just at the bottom of the screen? Also, I don't know how I'm meant to fight the enemies without taking damage. Which seems like it may be a problem. Yeah, it seems quite fast. Which is in contrast to like half the other platforms I've played in this series. Okay, so select doesn't do anything. Okay, I don't know where I'm supposed to go. But yeah, it's like the enemies all have longer range than you do, which seems kind of the opposite of what it should be, because you know, you'd think Wolverine with his claws would have more range than anyone else. Also, yeah, I keep missing the jumps because of the input latency. Again, it's just the setup that I've got here. It's like I press the thing and it responds like several frames after it's supposed to. Also, shouldn't Wolverine have regenerating health? I don't really get that. It's kind of the thing about these Wolverine games. They never quite nail the character, I would say. Like, I'm no expert on comics or anything, but I've seen the films, or, like the films from the 2000s. Not that those films are great or anything, but... yeah, like, how you're meant to hit the enemies without taking damage, I don't know. Because because you don't seem to get enough of a gap between their attacks to get a hit in yourself without taking damage. And again, they all seem to have more range than you do, which is kind of silly. I mean, I get it when they've got, you know, a weapon, but if they're just using their fists, it doesn't make sense. Okay, we did it. Also get time bonus. I don't even see a timer on screen, or maybe there was one and I just wasn't paying attention. Okay, we got the password. Great password system. Here's a Wolverine, a claw, the X logo, and like, what is that thing on the bottom left supposed to be? Just sort of, it looks like a badly formed bust of Megaman X, more than anything else. But yeah, like, why do the enemies all have longer range than I do? Again, I'm Wolverine, I should have the longest range of anyone when it comes to, like, melee attacks. Oh, also note the fact that whenever I do that move, I lose health. And it seems entirely too easy to do by accident. Like, if you mash the B button, he just does it. But it feels like you have to mash the B button to land hits on the enemies. Like, okay, here we go. I mash the B button. Yeah, and he does this. And you lose half your health doing it, which is pretty shitty. Considering that... Because, like, whenever I do it, I'm not intending to do it. It's just the game's like, yeah, you're doing this move now. But it's like, I don't think I've ever successfully hit an enemy in this without taking damage. Like, the combat in this just feels really bad. But, like, what am I supposed to do here? Like, how do I not take damage against any enemy in this game? Like, maybe crouching? No. Because it looks like it hits the enemy and the game just doesn't count it. But yeah, like, the fact that you lose your health doing the weapon, doing the attack thing, and that you have so little health to begin with, means that the special attack is effectively useless, because you won't have enough health to deal with the rest of the level. Oh, also, yeah, whenever you climb up a platform in this, you actually have to hold forward to make the jump. Otherwise, you just miss it. And also note the fact that none of the enemies die in one hit. Yeah, it's kind of like that. But, I don't know, like, I think Ninja Turtles 3 you at least had some health power-ups in a few places. This doesn't even seem to have that. I don't think I've come across a single health power-up yet. And I can't tell where I'm supposed to go. Oh, also note the fact the enemies, like, respawn if you go more than, like, an inch away from them. Oh, okay, we made it. Oh, no, apparently I didn't. I thought I made it, and then the game's just like, no. Like, you can't even tell where you're supposed to go. Like, where is the end of the level? Yes, it feels like you're actually better off just avoiding the enemies. I will say this, the samples aren't too bad. There's a decent amount of clarity to them. I've heard worse. Hold on, can I... No. I was thinking maybe I could grab onto that, but it doesn't look like it. But yeah, like, am I supposed to go left? Okay. Apparently not. That just leads to an icon, and I don't know what it does. And it gave me points, but I don't think the points do anything. So they may as well not bother. So, is there, like, some kind of, like, double jump or something that I'm missing? Also, yeah, note the fact that, like, despite being Wolverine, none of the enemies die in one hit, because the game hates you. Ugh. This really does bring back memories of the Wolverine game on the NES, which, like I said, is basically, if, you know, what the Tom and Jerry game would have been like if it sucked. And this really feels like that. It's like they saw that game and was like, okay, this is our template for this game. Unfortunately, they didn't bother to test that game to see if it was any good. So, okay, let's try going down this time to see if that's what I'm supposed to do. It's like, I can't even tell where I'm supposed to go. The game certainly doesn't give you an indication on what you're supposed to do. Also, yeah, if you run out of lives, that's it. Like, there isn't even a continue system or anything like that. Like, even Megaman Xtreme let you continue when you die. Fine, we'll enter a password just so we can see one of the later levels. For what it's worth, I didn't really bother playing this one before I streamed it. Like, I briefly looked up what it looked like. Okay, let's see what level 3 looks like. Also, yeah, this password system needs some work. Because, I mean, normally you really want letters or numbers, like something that's easy to write down. Okay, like, which of these is meant to be Saber Wolf? I can't even tell, because the icons are so small. Okay, I think this is it. So, yeah. Hold on, let me see what this looks like. Yeah, just damaging people's property for no reason, because that's the Wolverine way. Okay, I can't even tell what... Like, where am I supposed to go? It's like, okay, I guess I can jump on the signs. I wonder what the text says in the background. I'm kind of curious, actually. So I guess... Yeah, you can jump on the signs. Like, I guess are we in Little Tokyo? Is that where this is? Also, like, you can't even tell, like, what you can climb on and what you can't. It's like, okay, what platforms am I allowed to climb on? Like, it just seems completely random. Because, like, some platforms you can climb on and some you just go right through. And the fact that the enemies constantly respawn if you go off screen is pretty shitty. Okay, I mean, sometimes I miss the jumps, but to be fair, that is the fault of my stream setup, not the game. But, yeah, I do not rate this combat. So, where are the bosses at? Like, does this game have any bosses? I may have to look that up. So I was expecting there to be some boss fights in this, too. But yeah, it's like, okay, I can't go that way. I can't tell where I'm supposed to go, because... It's like, well, how do you tell, like, what's a platform and what's just background? Because, like, this just looks like I'm walking on the background right now. Also, yeah, the soundtrack isn't really great either. I can tell you this is no Storm Eagle theme, I can tell you that much. But, it's like I say, I mean, really... It's a case of a game that's built around a lot of platform combat, but the combat just feels shitty. And I'm saying that word a lot today, but it really does. It's like... Yeah, we're going to take a character whose, you know, biggest asset is being really good at melee combat and just make the melee combat just really bad. Because that's what people want out of a Wolverine game, apparently. I can't even tell where I'm supposed to go. Like, can I climb on this? Nope. You know what's funny? I don't usually have problems making out the foreground and the background, but this is a case where it's really bad. Like, it all just looks like background to me. It's like, why am I walking on streetlights? Like, what sense does this make? It's like they saw the, what's it called? Yeah, it's like they saw that Tokyo level in Pro Skater 3 and was like, yeah, we can do that, and just put it in this Wolverine game that doesn't really make any sense. And, yeah, they forgot to make it so you can tell what you're actually able to stand on. Yeah, this is it. Just jab the button constantly until you win. So I guess we can go to the right. Let's try that. Oh, come on! That was the top of the fucking building. I can't walk on that. Yeah, I don't know who they got to design this background, but it's... Ugh. This really is like the Wolverine game on the NES. And I wish it wasn't, because I hated that game. Actually, no. I wouldn't go that far. It's not like one of the worst games on the NES, but it's, yeah, far from good. Let's say that. At least they kind of make it so that you can tell where you're supposed to fall to. Okay, here we go. Mr. Acrobat Man is down. Mr. I've got a Katana Man is down. Like, what even hit me there? Like, nothing hit me unless, like, the enemy's attack is the exact same colour as the background. Which, given how badly defined the background is, would not surprise me. You know, at this rate, we're just going to come away thinking that that Primal Rage game was actually the best one of, like, all the games on this. Yeah, because I can tell you right now, top 100 my bum. This ain't going anywhere near my top 100. I've ranked enough games that I can confidently put this well below the top 100. You want me to skip the game? Okay, I want to at least see if I can beat this stage. And then I'll go to ranking it. Because fuck this. Ugh. But yeah, I'll do that in a second. As I say, I want to at least see the end of the level. But yeah, like, the enemies, like, I'm not even intentionally doing those attacks. The game just does it on its own sometimes. It's like, oh, you pressed the B button twice. Now we're going to make you do some random attack that forces you to lose health. No. I think you are right to redeem the skip game thing. Fuck this. Fuck this. You know what? I take back what I said about Megaman Xtreme. That game is a work of genius compared to this. And in fact, you know, I did mention Spider-Man X-Men Arcade's Revenge. And, you know, I'm thinking about it. That game was absolutely fucking terrible. Like, just really inane ideas that neither work in terms of being a fun gameplay mechanic or fitting with the characters in any way. And this feels very similar to that in certain ways. You're not having to go around finding, like, tons of items to beat a level. It's maybe a bit less obfuscated in terms of objectives. But it is similarly kind of painful to actually play it. Like, it is... No, this is just... No. Yeah, the Mega Drive games are good. The arcade game is good, though... I've never beaten it. I tried beating it once on an arcade machine and the game crashed. Like 2 or 3 levels in. I think that was just the arcade machine just having problems, though. But yeah, I mean, this game... I mean, graphically, it's not too bad. Aside from sometimes you can't tell what's in the foreground and what's in the background. But yeah, I mean, the sound's not very good. I mean, the samples are okay, for the most part. The controls... Okay, movement is fine. Like, the movement controls... You know, you move at a decent speed. The jumping works as you would expect. But your attacks suck. You know, you've got the claw attack that seems to have less range than all the enemies' attacks. Which, again, makes sense if you're fighting someone with a gun. But if you're fighting someone who's just fighting you with his bare hands, that shouldn't even be a contest. Like, the enemy should go down, you know. It's the Dark Souls of X-Men games. Nah, I'm joking. Though I do dislike this about as much as I disliked Dark Souls, to be fair. So maybe it's not that far off. Because fuck Dark Souls. No. Though this game is worse than Dark Souls. I'll tell you that. But it's not irredeemable. It's just... It's a very run-of-the-mill platformer that happens to have really bad combat. that's heavily weighted against you in a way that really makes no sense for Wolverine. Like, even, like, Wolverine on the NES, the combat feels very similar to that, and that is a very bad thing. But even Wolverine on the NES had more interesting levels, maybe ones that necessarily didn't make a whole lot of sense, but I think I would play that game over this. I'm trying to think if this is worse than Arcade's Revenge. And I'm going to have to say no. Like, Arcade's Revenge is... Like, that game has a special place in hell. As does the rest of the bottom 10. But it's not much better. Like, it is down here somewhere. Like, it is certainly worse than Super Donkey Kong 3. Like, I would gladly play that game over this. It's worse than Trump Boy. It's worse than Top... Is it worse than Top Secret? Top Secret was pretty awful. Yes, because it is also worse than Superman. Superman made me laugh. This game just makes me want to just switch the game off and just never touch it again. So it's worse than Superman. It's worse than Tarzan. Tarzan may be kind of a dull maze, but even that game had better attacks than this game. Is it worse than Ninja Turtles 3 Radical Rescue? I mean, you know what? That game had really good music. Yeah, I think that's really what separates this from Radical Rescue. Radical Rescue at least had a banging soundtrack. This doesn't even have that. So I'm going to say it is, yeah, the 213th best game on the list. Which also makes it the 11th worst game on the list, or I guess 14th if you count in these games. Yeah. Well, surely we can hope for a little bit better from our next game. Okay, I have played this next one a little bit, so let's hope for better. Return Ninja. Here we go. Yes, from Natsume. Which is interesting because I looked it up. This game was not released in Japan. And you think it would have been, but it was not. But yeah, Return of the Ninja. Now, from the title, you would probably expect this to be a follow-up to Shadow of the Ninja. Receive apples. Also, yeah, card mode. I forgot what that does. But there we go. Stage 1. We have Tsukikage and Sayuri. I do wonder if this was meant to be a follow-up to Shadow of the Ninja, but no one cared about it. Because I've never heard anyone talk about this game, ever. And yes, Natsume's still around. I think they made a Shadow of the Ninja game recently, didn't they? But yeah, this feels like it was meant to be a follow-up, but I don't know if they even count it. But it's weird, because again, this game did not get released in Japan, even though Shadow of the Ninja was, and it was made in Japan, I think, like this game. So, we'll have a quick go on this anyway. But yeah, it really doesn't feel that much like it. I mean, there's some similarities, but yeah, there's more of a, I guess, stealth mechanic to this, where you want to try not to get spotted. Oh. Also, yeah, try not to crash into the flames. Oh, also, yeah, the enemies can just do that when they feel like it. A bit like Russian attack. But I'm not gonna lie, this level, like the background, it really... I don't know, at this point it looks more like Demon Sword. Or, what's that other game that was on Game Boy? Ninja Spirit. Because there was a version of that. It was actually an arcade game, but it got converted to Game Boy. Also, yeah, the fact that the enemies all have projectiles and you don't, got to figure out the strategy to get around that. Yeah, I guess it kind of is. Oh, also, yeah, have fun skipping that cutscene every time. Yeah, I don't know what this dude's doing. Oh, also, yeah, you cannot change your jump height. You're kind of stuck with the same jump height the whole time. Yeah, but it seems like the enemies always get the front foot, no matter what you do. I don't know. I mean, granted, I've always been bad at stealth games. Like, stealth is just not what I do, you know. I am a, you know, a run and gun person. You know, I am the exact type of person who likes to go in all guns blazing. So games that are antithetical to that, I'm not so good at, as a rule. Also, I forget what that does. It's like, if you hold down B... Oh, here we go. Yeah. Oh, except I think I only get to do it once. So, oops. Oh, also I hit that enemy even though I was like mid-jump. That was kind of weird. Here we go, try not to get killed by the foxes. Okay, I remember this bit. I have played this game a little bit in the past, because I wanted to see if this one was any good. I was intrigued. Yeah, of course the game does the classic arsehole move of, surprise enemy! Also, health weapons that you can't... Health potions you can't get. Also, things that you take damage from that just look like the part of the background. Because it's one of those games. Yeah. Like I say, I've always been really bad at stealth. Like, like I can't do it. I can't do Metal Gear. I can't do, that other one, Tenchu. Yeah. It's like, you asked me to play those games. You got enough in common. Or, I can try to play them, but you can't expect any degree of competence, let's put it that way. Again, if this were Contra, I could get a lot further. Or if it was set up to play like Contra. But yeah, games like this, I can't do them. Because I don't know, there's probably a way to avoid getting spotted by just like going above them, but the level isn't really set up where you can do that effectively. Yeah, you're going to be seeing that screen a lot. If you play like I do, at least. Fine, let's try taking a shortcut. And of course the enemy was on the edge of the platform, even though you can't see it. Well, actually they were off the edge of the platform. Again, latency issues, not helping. Also, I forget exactly what we're supposed to do here. Yeah, you can barely make that jump. Yeah, here we go. Also, yeah, if you get here with, like, 1 health, you're basically done. Yeah, it's one of those games where it's like, oh, well, boss just appears out of nowhere, so you die. I don't know. I have gotten past this level before, but it took me many tries just to get that far. Because you only get 1 life for the whole game. I mean, well, I guess technically you get a life at each level, but still. I mean, granted, this still feels way better than the previous game. You're not constantly in a situation where it's like, oh, well, the enemy just has more range than you do. But, like, also know just how slow you are compared to everyone else. Like, the enemies all have way faster movement speeds. Or they can just teleport in and out whenever they feel like it. And despite being a ninja, you can't do that. Yes, the Beverly Hills Cop game on PS2 did have stealth sections. Though it's funny, I was able to get further into that game than I was to this. I can at least get like 3 levels into that one. This one, like, I'm lucky to even make it to level 2. But I don't know, I mean, you compare this to a game like Shadow of the Ninja, or hell, like Ninja Gaiden. And it's kind of weird, like, you know, graphically there are some notable improvements, but then you've got issues like this where you can't see where you're landing to. And it just feels too slow. It's like, again, the enemies all move faster than you do, which is not good. Like, you would think a ninja would be more nimble, but apparently not. Just can't be bothered. Yeah, and it's like, oh, the ninja happened to teleport in the direction you go in, so you just die. It just feels real shitty, like the bosses in this. I don't know. It just feels like the game doesn't really give you the resources that you need to succeed. Like, your weapons... Again, it's just like the last couple of games. Your weapons just aren't nearly as good as what the enemies have. Like, they can just teleport, and they have ranged attacks, so they don't need to charge, and all this. I don't know. And the fact that the game makes you redo the entire level when you die once is also really silly. Especially when you consider, like... I mean, Shadow of the Ninja... had checkpoints within the levels. Like, yes, you had limited continues, but at least you weren't forced to redo the entire level if you died once. And it's kind of weird. Like, in some ways, it feels like an advancement from Shadow of the Ninja, but in other ways, like, it is a noted step backwards. Like, certain things about the game are, like, notably... They feel notably more old-fashioned. Despite the fact that this was literally released, like, 10 years later, somehow, like, in some ways they've actually gone back from the, you know, from the game that they were making the sequel to. And you're just like, yeah, like, they couldn't just have checkpoints in the middle of the level? Like, even the Wolverine game had, like, sub-levels. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's just one of those games that just feels like it should be far better than it actually is. And I did look up, you know, like, public opinion on this game. So I wanted to make sure it wasn't just me. I was like, you know, is this game actually just nowhere near as good as the original? Or am I just missing something? But no, I've looked it up from other people, and yeah, the consensus is that this game is not very good. Or it's certainly nowhere near as good as it should be. You know. Yeah, I mean, this one is maybe worth playing. Like I say, I have beaten the first level before, but... I don't know. It's not my style of game. So maybe if, like, the whole stealth aspect is more conducive to what you want, maybe you would get more out of this. Personally, I'm not a fan. And yeah, and again, in some ways the game just feels like it really takes steps back from the original. Which is insane for a game made 10 years earlier. That in some ways, that game actually feels like more advanced than this. It's like they wanted to make a follow-up to Shadow of the Ninja, but then fucked it up. And then was like, okay, how do we hide the fact that we fucked up this follow-up to this game? Just make it so that no one's ever heard of it. And then they'll never notice. Because, hey, they can't notice if they don't know the game exists. I don't know. Again, just like the last couple of games, this game feels like it should be, like, 15 times better than it actually is. Though, having said that, this game is still infinitely better than the X-Men game, because at least the combat isn't as bad, and, you know, if you can deal with the bosses being bastard hard... I mean, really what this game needs is a checkpoint system, or a life system. The fact that you're forced to redo the whole level every single time you die is stupid. And again, like, there were countless previous games that didn't make you do that. It just feels like it makes you jump through tons of hoops just to get anywhere. And it really feels like the game just isn't worth it. You know, it's like... It's like I was saying with Mega Man X. Like, why would I want to play this when Shadow of the Ninja exists? I'm not even a big fan of Shadow of the Ninja, but that game is way better than this is. As is Ninja Gaiden. Like, I would... Like, give me Ninja Gaiden on the NES, like, 15 times before I play this again. But yeah, but having said that, this is still far better than Wolverine's Rage, because that game is just... Ugh. I mean, that game is just almost irredeemable. Like, this game at least has decent presentation. The controls aren't too bad, aside from being too slow. If they'd taken more cues from the original game, you know, made it a bit more modern in terms of feel, this would be a lot better. And the fact that it doesn't is really what cripples the game. But having said that, I mean, this is better than Super Donkey Kong 3. I wouldn't want to play this game, but it is a better game than Super Donkey Kong 3. I don't know, though. Like, is it better than Mega Man Dr. Wily's Revenge? I'm not entirely convinced. Dr. Wily's Revenge, at least you had ranged attacks. Or, like, at least you had ranged attacks you didn't have to charge up. I don't know. Like, I'd be more inclined to believe that Mega Man Dr. Wily's Revenge... Like, I'm more inclined to believe I'm missing something from that than I am from this game. You do get abilities later on in the game, but again, it really is one of those games where it makes you jump through a lot of hoops to get anywhere. And, again, it's just not worth it. It's like, you may as well just use a password system and skip half the game to get those things. And if you're doing that, why even bother making the game? I don't know. It's like I'd rather play Mega Man on Game Boy. And Mega Man 1 on Game Boy is not good, but it's still better than this. And honestly, I think I'd rather play Tom and Jerry Frantic Antics. As flawed as that game might be, as not good as it is, at least I was able to get somewhere. Or I was able to get further into it. Like, I'd rather play through that game. But it is better than West Story, so I'm going to put this at number 196. Return of the Ninja. I mean, this kind of is just this whole stream so far, just nothing but disappointments. The disappointment stream. That's what this is. Well, at least we're done with the first page, because, yeah, if I go to Super Mario 4... Yeah, it is the Crane Shin-Chan hack that I looked at before. So, like I say, most of the games we're going to be seeing from this point are games that I have done before. And obviously, I'm going to skip over those because there's not really any reason to see them again. So, obviously, Super Mario Land, we've done. Spartan X, we've done. That's Kung Fu Master. But we haven't seen Zelda Ages yet, so let's see what that's going on. See what we've got with this. Yes, from Nintendo and Capcom, hopefully bringing something better than the Mega Man game. Also, yes, Bionic Batter. You know, I'll mention what the repeats are as we go through them. And when I say repeats, I mean games I've looked at before. Maybe repeat is the wrong word, but yeah, as I say, most of the games we're going to be seeing from this point are ones I have done before. But this is a game I haven't done, so yes. The Oracle games. I have been playing this game off stream because I needed to get a sort of a handle on how good these games actually are. So, okay, let's actually go into this. Oracle of Ages, and yes, there were two of these. There was also Oracle of Seasons, but this is the one we're going to do. So, yeah, Secret Game Link. That's if you want to link this with Oracle of Seasons. Secret? I don't remember what that is. Oh, that's like the password system, I think. Yeah. Okay, let's actually just start the game. We're not going to play this for very long, because it does take a while to really get into the good bits. I'll just call myself JP, because why not? And we're going to set the message speed all the way up. I mean, you want to be doing that anyway for this game, because the text is a little bit on the slow side. So, yeah, you just want to go for max speed. But yeah, like I say, I'm not going to play this game much. I've been playing this one a fair bit off-stream, because this is one of those games that you really cannot do justice by just playing the first half an hour of it. There we go. Imper in the house. what is my name? JP in the house. But yeah, has anyone actually played Oracle of Seasons, by the way? Because I haven't played that one. From what I understand, that game is quite a bit different. Like, different dungeons, different items, different bosses, and I think the plot is different as well. But yeah, we'll see what is going on with Oracle of Ages. Such clean air. We're going to stop time. Oh, you've played both. Okay, how do they differ? And don't spoil the games for me, because, as I say, I do want to at least try playing through these. Because I never got into these games, but I was like, you know, I should make an effort. Because, again, you know, it's like Pokemon. You can't just play this for the first half an hour and know how good it is from doing that. Like, you really have to play these more in depth. And I have done a couple of sessions with this game off stream, so... Here we go, we've got the nice, the Nehru song. No! What do you own the world? How do you own disorder? I think that's what I'm singing right now. So yeah, Labrina. No relation to the labyrinth zone. Okay, here we go. But yeah. Now, I will say this. I have played some of Link's Awakening as well. So I do have at least some point of reference on this game. So like I say, I'd played some of Link's Awakening prior to this. And then I sat down and played this game because I was like, I need to know how these games compare to one another. But yeah, here we are just in the intro bit. It's kind of weird that they don't put this game on the first page. I mean, considering just how not good some of the previous games were, you think they would have swapped this with one of those, if anything. Because Zelda seems to very rarely feature on multicarts for some reason. Like, it is very rare that you will find either of the NES or Famicom games on the multicarts. Because for whatever reason, they just don't bother to include them. I assume it's to do with the save feature, and they just can't be bothered to include a save. But it is kind of a shame, because Zelda 1 on the NES, I think one of the very best. Yeah, so I do understand you do get passwords. Want to note the passwords down? Something terrible will happen! Oh no! So I never quite understood why this spirit needs Link to lead them to the Oracle of Ages. It's kind of weird. Thank you, JP. Oh, you're welcome. But yeah, like I say, I'm really not going to count Oracle of Seasons as the same game as this, because they are quite different. I'm just going to rank this game on its own. But I also note the fact that the best Mackinsoft game on this list, Digimon 024, is now currently the 200th best game. So, yeah, pretty far down the list. You have to be pretty bad to be worse than Digimon 024 generally. Oh no! Oh yeah, I remember this. Ha! So, I like when they say that. Well, yeah, I guess that explains it. I was not thinking. I was merely controlling the game. And also getting text messages, apparently. Hold on, who's giving me the messages? At this time of day? In this room? No, I'll check that later. The new age of beginnings. Yeah. Do you remember that bit in Back to the Future Part 2 where Biff goes back in time and fucks up the future? Yeah, this is this is kind of like What If That but Legend of Zelda. It's like, oh no, we shouldn't have given the Queen the sports almanac! It's like, oh, well, guess we just faded out of existence. Oops. No! Okay. Couldn't touch the stone, so if you used to get in here. Okay, let's at least try to make a little bit of progress while we're here. Because, you know, after the last few games, I think I need this. I need a break. Okay, let's actually play this for a bit. This cutscene does go on for a bit. Also, yeah, Impact. Looking very different from Faces of Evil. I wonder what's for dinner. Also, yeah, I'm going to say straight up, I am no expert on Zelda. Like, I've beaten the first game, I played a lot of Ocarina of Time, and I've played the Game Boy games a little bit. But yeah, I wouldn't I wouldn't call myself an expert. But we'll give this game its due. If the left hand is real, you may be the hero. Yes. The classic left-handed JP. Yeah, like I say, I've only ever finished the first one. Like, I did that sort of earlier this year. Because I was like, you know, I've got to at least play through a Zelda game. And thankfully, that game did turn out to be an actual classic. I would say... Yeah, I would say actually one of the best games on the NES. Because it is The Legend of Zelda. And it's really rad. Okay, so basically... Yeah, we follow Impa and go this bit. Also, yeah, you may notice the theme from Link's Awakening is also in this game. So if we go over here, just for the hell of it. It's like, hooray! Octoroks are back! I'm so hungry, I can't wait to eat an Octorok. But yeah, if you've ever played Link's Awakening, this is... quite similar in certain ways. Like, certainly the game engine feels a lot like it. It's like Nintendo just gave them the engine and was like, here, just make another couple of games with this. Oh, yes, right, you're actually supposed to go in here, yeah. You do go back there later on, but... Well, it's not necessarily because I'm required to play Zelda. It's more just, you know, I wanted to, yeah, just look into this thing that I've kind of been missing out on. There's a Hori Game Boy controller. That sounds good, actually. I like a nice Hori controller. So, yeah, I don't think we're meant to go there. Actually, no, you can't get these at this point, can you? I think you need, like, the, No. I was going to say, you have to get some other item first. So, yeah. We'll press select, brings up the map, just like in Link's Awakening. So, hardly a big surprise there. So, I think we need to go in here. I don't remember if the rings are really necessary for game completion, but yeah, maybe so. But you know, Pink Jelly, of course, famously a fan of the rings. Oh, actually, yeah, that sounds quite convenient. Unfortunately, I don't have one of those controllers, and I'm guessing they were probably only released in Japan. I would assume, anyway. You don't have a ring box? Yeah, so you take the ring box, and then you get a ring, and then you hold on to the ring. Unfortunately, you cannot become Lord of the Rings, because this is the wrong franchise. Actually, were there any Lord of the Rings games on Game Boy? I don't think there were, because I know there were ones on Game Boy Advance. There may have been a bootleg on Game Boy Color, I don't remember. It would probably cost a fair bit now, if I had to guess. Just cost of shipping. Not to mention just intrinsic value. You know, however much they're charging. Is probably more than I would pay for. Besides, I mean, you know, pressing 2 buttons to bring up a menu hardly really a big deal anyway. So yeah, just have a brief look at this. Symbol of a meeting. Okay, so we quit out of the menu. I do want to at least show off the time travel mechanic before we actually rank this one. Oh yeah, slowdown is always good. But it's also kind of a thing where slowdown, often you get the situation where... Wait, what? Yeah, it turns out his girlfriend could read his mind. Who knew? But yeah, slowdown, quite useful in certain games. It depends on how they handle pause. Also, yeah, we got this bit. I am bipping! Arborist. I read that as abortionist for a second. I'm like, oh, this game went to a dark place. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's at least one Lord of the Rings bootleg on Game Boy Color. But I can't remember who made it. I'm pretty sure there is one. I know there's one on Game Boy Advance. It was like a Pocky and Rocky-like. Here we go, let's just... Yeah, I think Jelly is a good name. You would name him Jelly? Totally would. Hello, Jelly, how you doing? Anyway, yeah, that's just a thing you can do. I don't think that's really necessary in any way. It's just kind of... Yeah, you can kind of do that. But, okay, here we go. The Maku Road. So this game was released in Japan, although, I'm trying to think. I think it had a different title. But yeah, we go up here. Also, yeah, I never quite understood the this face. It always looked a bit out of place to me. It's like, what is with the eyes? It's like I would expect something a bit more, I don't know, like carved wood looking, I guess. We'll need something, a thing of sun. Now, that's not like we're going to rave techno mode. Sorry. I'm underplaying the weight of the scene. I apologise. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. But we go over here. Yeah, but you're thankful I played this off stream now. So that way I actually know where to go. Though, to be fair, actually I will say this. This game is actually quite good at sort of telegraphing where you're supposed to go. You know, it's not like... Like, one problem I had with Link's Awakening personally was that sometimes I just felt like I was stuck and I didn't really know where I was supposed to go to, or what to do, or if I was missing an item. And I didn't... From what I've played of this game, I never had that problem. And certainly by the time I got to the point that I was at in this game in Link's Awakening, yeah, certainly I was having issues with that. And it's really not a problem here. Like, I don't know, it's kind of like they looked at Link's Awakening and was like, okay, let's try to write some of the... Try to fix some of the issues that the original game had. But this game does also have some of its own weirdness, like the whole ring system. So, like, okay, if I go to the pause menu, so this is the items menu, I don't have any items yet. But, yeah, we got the ring, so we equip that. And then you've got, yeah, the current age, so we are in the past. A bit like in Sonic CD. And then, yeah, that's just getting additional health. And the save function. But here we are, in the past. He's gonna take you back to the past. To fix the shitty timeline sucked ass. I'm gonna have to, let's be honest. Okay, who's this? Looks like a postman. I want to deliver the mail. Oh, looks like someone needs the Butterfield timeline. Do you want to know what the time is? Actually, who's this? Also, they do actually have just a whole guide in this game. There's like a room that's got a whole bunch of birds, and they essentially tell you how all the mechanics work. Which, to be fair, Link's Awakening does have something similar, where you've got that library, and it's got all the books laid out, and you read them, and it tells you what the mechanics are. So, you know, that is something that these games are generally quite good at. You're not having to go read through a manual to figure out what the mechanics are. Like, you can just look up the mechanics and all that in the game. So I do give them credit for that. Yeah, you got to be a bit careful. I can't remember if Link's Awakening had iframes or not. I know in the first game you had at least a little bit of that. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that all of these Zelda games are on that like Nintendo Switch Online app thing. So like if you want to play the Game Boy games, you can do so that way. Because they have certainly kept those games alive through distribution. Though of course, I mean, Zelda is one of Nintendo's biggest franchises, you would expect that. It's kind of funny, like I've played most of the big franchises on Game Boy at this point. You know, there are a few that are missing, like, well, basically any RPG that isn't Pokemon. Also, you know, Contra and Mortal Kombat, maybe a couple others. But, you know, it seems like the gang is all here at this point. It's kind of a shame that I don't have any multicarts or Contra on it, because that would be far better. Because I like a bit of Contra. But, yeah, not coming across that here. So we're just going to go over here and talk to this man, sort of hiding in this corner. A digging tool, also known as a spade, or a shovel, apparently. Yeah, I think shovel is American for spade. So we get the spade out, get my nuts and bolts, and maybe I can get my spanner just to fix things up. But, you know, I mean, combat and all of that is generally fine. So here we go, pick up a piece. Take another little piece of my heart. Oh, okay. Pick this up. Yeah, well, I obviously am an advocate for UK English on account of not being American, as well as being English. But, yeah, got plenty of health pickups. So we'll at least do this first area. Also, yeah, for some reason you can't go in water. You can just walk into it and it's like, oh, well, you took damage. I can't remember if Link's Awakening does that or not. Because it's not a thing where you're likely to do it by accident just because of the way the map is set out. Okay, we'll go up here. Do some digging. Okay. Yeah, so the Baku Road, this is kind of the dungeon area that we saw earlier, but no, this time it is not complete. Also, we can't go that way, and we can't go that way. It's like, yeah, here's the first kind of actual dungeon, sort of. But I don't know, I think that there are at least a couple of improvements that this has over yeah, Link's Awakening. At least in terms of guidance as to sort of where to go and what to do. I would say it's better in terms of that, at least. In terms of how the game itself is, I mean, your mileage may vary. I never got into Link's Awakening myself. But, well, we'll see where this game goes on the list anyway. Suffice to say, it might be a little bit higher than the other games I've played today, because so far the selection has not been fantastic. I've got to be a bit careful doing this, by the way, just because I'm using the analog stick on the GameCube controller, which is not really great if you want to avoid moving in diagonals. So I can do this. Oh. Sorry, I'm thinking of Link's Awakening. Okay, I can't do that, apparently. so I can do... Oh, hold on. Here we go. Yeah, see, I remembered that. Yeah, you can still do the nice swipe move, which was always cool. So, like, in terms of how the game feels, like combat and all that feels pretty much the same as Link's Awakening, which is good, because the combat in that game worked fine generally. So, you know, I can't fault that. You know, exploring the map. I mean, the map's not too big. It's about, well, I want to say similar size to that game, except maybe twice as big, just because you've effectively got two versions of the same map, but, you know, there's some differences in terms of what's actually on the maps. And you have to keep travelling between the present and past, and, you know, some dungeons are in one and some are in the other. Like, you know, that sort of thing. I don't know what Seasons does to vary that up. I mean, from what I've heard, basically, yeah. From what I've heard, like, that game, you switch between seasons, and that's kind of, like, one of the main mechanics of of that game. Oh. Oh, we did it. JP! Yes, thank you. Oh, yeah. Aha! Oh-ho! I'd just like to believe they said that in the Alan Partridge voice. Okay. Dear, ooh, ah, I want no. I'm sorry, I reference that song any chance I get. Here we go. Gotta go back in time. I also like this man was staring at me travel through time, and he just doesn't even take notice. Like, yep, I guess that just happened. But, okay, if we go back here... Yes, the tree has returned! Hooray! Oh, we have to walk up, I think. You! Do you remember? Okay. Yeah, I want to date a 400-year-old tree. That's what I want to do in my spare time. That is the ideal companion. Because they'll always be around. Unless a particularly bad hurricane comes along. Okay. Well, we'll probably move on from this in a bit. But I just wanted to show off a little bit of this game. The world will be covered in darkness, oh no! All will go dark. So basically, stop the world from going dark. That's kind of the thing. So, I think we're fine to progress. Yeah, so basically it's saying go to the east. Actually, does the tree say go to the east? I went east when I played it before, and I'm pretty sure that's what you're supposed to do. Okay. Yeah, so here we go. Go to the east, and you sort of just travel just in the present. But guess what? We got the Ember Seeds! That's when you know it's better to go down. So yeah, it's got quite a few different sort of items, like the Power Bracelet from Link's Awakening comes back in this. And just like that game, you need it quite a lot. But, well, we'll briefly show off the graveyard just because I can. So we've got some rupees. Also, we'll go to the shop, because you can buy a shield from the shop, and I think you need it for the second dungeon. I think you do. Oh. There we go. We've got the shield. Not that I'm going to use it playing this now, but I figure I might as well just show off that the shops are a thing in this. There we go. Nice little bit of a colour change there. It's like, oh, well, we've got to get inside the graveyard. Oh, also, yeah, we have this bit. No way! Sorry, I had to remind people of that. Just, it's one of those things. I have to do it. So basically, we gotta find the ghost. Is it ghost time? Well, if we go down, maybe we'll find out. But these kids aren't smart enough to use ember seeds. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, I remember this. So you gotta do this, and then light up the other one, and then we got a key! Yes. For a second I thought it was called the skeleton key, but no, that's something else. Nope, it's just the graveyard key. I guess they thought skeleton key sounded too cool. Also, I don't know what it is, but like, are these meant to be graves? They look more like, I don't know, like hoops that you used to play croquet. Whoa! Yeah, good old whoa, whoa, whoa. Actually, let's get the flames back. Even though I'm not really going to play this game long enough to need them, but whatever. How do I use the key? Oh, that's how you do it. Oops. Nope, that kind of messed up. Yes, this, yeah, you need the power bracelet to sort of do that bit. And here is the first dungeon, which I will show off very briefly, because I do want to move on to the next game in a bit. But yeah, if you ever played a Zelda game, you kind of know what to expect with these. Actually, does defeating all the enemies here do anything? Apparently not. Also, yeah, apologies for reminding you of No Way. But, I mean, hey, it could be worse. I could be reminding you of Perfect Weapon, which prominently features the phrase No Way. God, Perfect Weapon. You want to talk about the worst games ever. Also, yeah, there's this weird colour mechanic where you have to match up the right colour to the corresponding objects. It's kind of weird, and it took me a minute to figure it out when it actually became relevant. And yeah, so dungeon maps, you got these as well, and the compass. So, oh, also, yeah, you have to do this again. Well, anyway, I don't think there's really a whole lot more I need to show off with this game, because there are quite a few other games on this cartridge, and I do want to show those off as well. I mean, you all know what Zelda is. Suffice to say, Oracle of Ages, you know, a little bit better than Return of the Ninja. You know, it's got a bit more going on. Combat's a lot better. Movement in general feels better. It's a lot more interesting. There's a lot more to do. Yeah, it's just better on just about every level compared to Return of the Ninja, which was really just a massive disappointment. It's better than Castlevania Legends and Castlevania The Adventure. It's better than Super Mario 4. It's certainly better than Holy Magic Century, you know, which on the Nintendo 64 almost felt like it was trying to compete with Zelda in a way, but of course it couldn't because it was Quest 64. Certainly better than Bubble Bobble Jr. It's better than Megaman Xtreme. It's better than Zip Ball. Certainly better than Pop-Up. There's a lot more popping up in Zelda. It's better than Digital Monster 2001. And I think it's also better than Centipede. You know, it's better than Rubble Saver 2, which I think puts it in the top 100. It's better than Miner 2049er. It's definitely better than Boxel 2. Boxel 2, you're just pushing boxes around. This has a bit of that going on, but it's got a lot more to do alongside it. It's a lot more interesting. It's better than Ms. Pac-Man. It's better than Quirk. It's certainly better than Donkey Kong Land. I mean, I would take this over Tetris Blast, aka Super Bomb Bliss. I think I'd also take it over Metroid 2, thinking about it. But it's also, like, you know, like Serpent, you know, pretty good take on Snake, a nice, interesting take on it. But this is better than that. You'll be better off playing Oracle of Ages over Lock and Chase. As good as Lock and Chase might be, I think this is a little bit better. It's better than Track and Field. It's better than Mr. Chin's Gourmet Paradise. I like Gourmet Paradise quite a bit, but I think this is a better game. It's better than Pipe Dream. It's better than Bomb Jack, and it is better than Tailgater. I'm not sure it's better than Super Mario Land, though, because I think... I don't know, there's some really good stuff in Oracle of Ages. But you've also got to consider, like, the whole integration with Oracle of Seasons, and how it's like you got to beat 2 games. So you got to play for it twice to get the ending, I think, from what I've read from other people. Where it sounds like a mechanic that's potentially interesting, but also sounds like the execution on it doesn't seem to be great. And I think that kind of holds it back. It's kind of like they tried to do what was done with Pokemon and like half of the other like RPGs on Game Boy Color, where you've got that whole thing where you got multiple versions and you gotta do trade in between them. But it feels like it makes less sense in this game than it does in Pokemon. For one thing, I mean, I'm sure that these games sold plenty of copies, but it certainly didn't sell Pokemon numbers. And I certainly didn't know anyone who had these games back in the day. It's like, you know, it's like, well, I guess I better have both games in my collection, and I better hope that the batteries still work. Yeah, I think that holds it back. Like, Super Mario Land didn't have anything like that. It was just a nice, fun, simple platformer. So I'm going to put this at number 16. But there we go. Zelda Oracle of Ages, the 16th best game. So, let's see what else we've got on this cartridge. So we are still on the second page. I'm hoping to actually do this whole cartridge today, but we'll see. But yeah, Oracle of Ages, Bionic Batter, which, in case you're wondering what that is, so there was a game I looked at before called Versus Battler. Bionic Battler is the American version. But in a fit of stupidity, they actually just included Versus Battler and pretended it was the American version while also spelling the name wrong. So well done, lads. Bugs Bunny, that is Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle. Castlevania Adventure, I've played that before. DMG ASE, I think that's... what was it? Boomer's Adventure in Asmic World. I have played that one. DuckTales, we've done that. Mario and Yoshi, that's actually the Japanese version because they couldn't be bothered to source an English language version. And Megalit is a game that we haven't seen yet. So let's see what's going on with this one. Megalit from Asmic. Oh yes. So this is a game we haven't seen yet. You know, I really do miss playing these like early like Game Boy games, because when I was doing the Game Boy filler games at the beginning, there were just so many of these like obscure early Game Boy games that were quite interesting to look at. You know, where they kind of have simple concepts like this. It's just, oh, well, you know, I guess you're just... Hold on, I'm just trying to figure out the controls. I forgot how the controls work in this. Okay, so you can just hold down the button and then let go, and then it works. But yes, from the legendary game creators at Asmic. So yeah, this is basically that game where you have to move the blocks in a way so that they don't get smashed. Okay, actually, I'll just show you what happens if you do it wrong, just so you have a better idea. So you can't have the blocks land on you. They also can't fall more than one block in height, as you see there. Broken! Yeah, I certainly feel broken after playing half the other stuff on this cartridge. But, okay. But hey, we got a cool soundtrack at least. But yeah, playing as a nice ball with a funny face. A bit like Amida, thinking about it. But I do miss, like, the early episodes of this, where I got to play games like Amida, and Bubble Ghost, and Street Rider, and Dan Laser, and Othello, and, you know, whatever else. Just, like, this sort of era of ephemera, let's say. Here we go, so this is how you do this. Yeah, I was just like, you know, let's put this colour scheme in because it looks funny. There's more than one way to move blocks. How do you do this one? I forgot. Oh, may have a problem. Problem that I am seeking to solve. So, yeah, this is kind of one of those many sort of simplistic kind of puzzle games that you got in the early days of the Game Boy. Like, there were so many of these, and I'd looked at so many of them in Game Boy Filler as well. Just because, I guess, they were kind of the easiest games to make on Game Boy. And there was just a whole puzzle craze from Tetris. But yeah, you notice I can only jump so high. So I think I can do this. But yeah, you kind of see what this is about. Just conceptually. Also, I may have messed this one up. Yeah, because how do I get back? So, well, I guess I don't. Yeah, like I said, there were a lot of puzzle games on Game Boy, and, you know, some of them were really good, like Tetris. And then, of course, there were various other games that were a lot less good. But, you know, gotta take the bad with the good. You know, I don't know how you meant to solve this one, actually. Like, my brain is going to blank right now. Because you can't drag the thing in mid-air. Oh, okay, you do it like this. So I think I can do it like this, and it should work. Because I don't think, yeah, gravity is really much of a factor. So, I should be okay. But, yeah, Asmic. You know, I can't think of many games that Asmic made. Like, I know they made a whole bunch of them. Like, I think... What was that game? I think Super Hydlide was one of theirs. And obviously, Boomer's Adventure in Asmic World was another. Oh, hold on. I gotta do this. Yeah, you can push or pull the blocks, which is nice. So, there were so many games that were about pushing or pulling blocks. That was just kind of the thing to do. Also, yeah, I've got a nice password. Change directions while jumping. Hooray! Because you certainly couldn't do that in Castlevania The Adventure. Oh, hold on. I think I can do it like this? Yeah. Yeah. So you kind of see what is going down with this game. It's, yeah, move the blocks. I do like the soundtrack, I will say that. It's not necessarily, like, amazing or anything, but there's a charm to it that I can appreciate. But yeah, this does have shades of Sokoban about it. Like, Sokoban, but like, played from the side and with jumping. Which I guess is fitting, because, you know, I've played some Sokoban on the stream before. You may recall when I played Box 1 and 2. Oh, did I mess this up? No, I think I'm okay. But like I say, I do miss doing all these simple games. Instead of having to do, like, Megaman Xtreme or that bloody X-Men game. Yeah, it's nice to go back to this. Oh, hold on. Can I do this? Yes, is the answer. Oh, okay, got a bit of a problem. How do I load this block? Let's just try this out. Which I don't think is going to work. No, it is definitely not. No, I guess we're stuck. Okay, well, I do want to show off the other mode, because that one is potentially more interesting. Actually, is there a way to quit out? Oh, now I can give up. I think that's just if you put yourself in a unwinnable situation and want to reset. Okay, there's no pause button. Okay, so I can just reset by doing that. Okay, let's take a look at the quest mode, see what that's got going on. Be alert, quest mode has time limit. Yeah, so so far it doesn't look all that much different. I mean, aside from the time limit. Though it does start off on a harder level, I think. So the easy mode is kind of like a practice. Like, it's just a mode that allows you to get used to how the game mechanics work. Which is good. But so far looking pretty similar otherwise. I mean, aside from having a time limit and a lives counter, not looking all that much different. Miss 4 times and game will be over! Oh no. Okay, well, I think we should be okay with this level. I do want to see what happens if I beat a... See what happens if I beat a set of levels in this mode. Because I didn't really play this game for more than a few minutes. I played it for like a couple minutes off stream. Like, a while back, just to know what the game actually is. But again, I didn't play this mode. Let's try to figure this out. Oh, I think I've messed this up. Oops. Okay, okay, I actually need to think about this one. I think I've got an idea on what to do. Okay, no. Okay, so I thought I may have put myself in an unwinnable situation. I did not. What I've actually got to do is this. Oh, okay. I think now I've put myself in an unwinnable situation. Oops. So I've got to get that taller block out of the way. Or, hold on. I think I was doing it the wrong way. I think I'm supposed to be moving the blocks to the left. Yeah, this is how you do it. You play that guitar on your MTV. Yeah, anyway. Yes, missed the obvious. But I like that the game gives you a bit of freedom. Like, it's not strictly grid-based. Like, you can kind of go in between the grids. And the game actually allows you to use that to your advantage, which is good. I do appreciate that. And, yeah, it's kind of set up where you actually have to use that mechanic as well. So I think I've got to... Oh. Yeah, I've got to move this thing to the left. And then we do this. Yeah, so I'm glad that the game is quite lenient in terms of how that works. I think that makes it far more palatable than a game like this otherwise could have been. I do know there was a rip-off of this on the Supervision. I think it was called Recycled Design, and I don't know why they called it that, but I seem to recall it just being this game, but really bad. Okay, let's solve this puzzle, because I want to at least beat the first set of levels. But yeah, it's kind of like, okay, we got this simple puzzle game, we need to add a little something to it. Try to vary it up a bit. How do I do this? Yeah, some real busy work going on with this. Okay, can I make this jump? Yes. Good thing that they give me, like, multiple screens worth of room. Because with how I play, I probably need it. Actually, does the time stack between levels, or do they just think you need a lot more time for these other levels? Can't really tell. I'll have to check to see what the timer starts at on the next level. See when I don't mess this one up. Okay, we should be good. Oh god, the final level of this. You know, actually, I'd love to see what the final level of this looks like. That, I imagine, would be quite complicated, because you see how tall this room is? I imagine the later levels do get quite complicated, but I do want to see how it scales a little bit. Oh. Yeah, that's what they're using that extra ROM space for. We're in business now, lads. Anyway. I don't know why I said lads. I am the furthest thing away from a lad, let's be honest. Maybe that's not a bad thing. You've come this far, eh? How's this? Okay. Okay, so this one they give you 8 minutes. So they do give you a lot of time to solve the puzzles. Yeah, so they expect you to do a lot of thinking to solve these. Although, if they're expecting me to do a lot of thinking, they don't know JP. I am not a man that thinks, I just do. How do I do this? Because I can't jump onto this block on the right. I think that's where the real challenge comes in. Oh, hold on. So, okay, how do I get that block on the top right down without destroying it? Because, okay, if I move this block... So this is... Okay, so this is where the problem is. I'll try to move this block and it's like, oh, well, it got destroyed. That's the real challenge. Yeah, I can't move this right because I'll get crushed. Same thing will happen if I do this. I'm going to have to try and move these blocks closer together. See, here's the problem. If I move this block to the left from here, I'll just get crushed. Which means I gotta do it like this. Actually, let me try to get that. You can do this, or you can do that. Oh. Okay, I thought I could push... Okay, I guess I can't do that. That is a problem. Okay, I've got an idea. Oh, no, apparently that doesn't work. Okay, so I can't... So this block on the top, I can't move this down at all. Unless I have something else to move it to. But I don't really have a way of moving this block on the top. Yeah, so like if I do this... Okay, so if I do that, it's fine. But if I do that, then yeah, okay. And then that's it. I mean, you do get passwords, but still. Actually, can you brute force the password? Let's try my lucky number. 9347. No, okay, that's incorrect. Okay, never mind. So let's try to figure out where does Megalit go on the list. I mean, Megalit does bring me back to the earlier days of games like Tailgater and Battle City and Hong Kong. It's not on the level of those games, but, you know, there's something here. It's got a bit more presentational chops than a lot of these early games. You know, there's something to it, and I appreciate that. I'm not sure if it's necessarily that great as far as puzzle games of this sort go. Like, I wouldn't put this on the level of a Pipe Dream. But, I don't know. If we look at the 100th best game on the list, I mean, Story of Lasama, which was kind of like a poor man's Super Mario Land, which wasn't bad, but, yeah, certainly not on par with that game. I mean, this game is certainly more original. It's not just, here is a lesser version of a classic Game Boy game. This, at least, is kind of its own thing. You know, presentation is pretty good. Like the music's good. It probably could have done with an extra track or two, but, you know, it's fine in terms of that sense. The game is... Yeah, it's better than Story of Lasama, but I'm not sure if it necessarily goes that much higher on the list. Like, if I look at some of the other puzzle games on the list, you know, like I look at Flappy Special, I would maybe put this over Flappy Special. Because Flappy Special is a bit more old-fashioned in terms of its design. I mean, it was literally based on like a mid-1980s MSX game. And it's not bad, you know. I mean, there's a reason it's in the top 100, but I wouldn't necessarily say this is that much better. It's alright. But you could certainly do better in terms of, like, puzzle games, like block-pushing games. I don't think it's as good as something like Boxel, as basic as that game might be. I would probably take that over this. I also wouldn't put it on the level of Brainbender or Painter Momo P. It's not as good as Doraemon 2, so I'm going to say it's, yeah, the 93rd best game on the list. But hey, Megalit, a top 100 game. So, well done. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break so I can fill up my drink, so I'll be back in a couple of minutes, and don't go away. And we are back, oh yes, onto a new page. And hopefully I should be able to get the rest of these games out today. Also, thank you, Binky the Clown, for the follow. Appreciate it. And from Ahmed as well. Thank you all for the follows. I do appreciate it. Apologies for missing it earlier. It didn't show up on my screen. So I apologies if you're still here. Okay, so another page of games. Now, these games, so again, most of these I have done. So, New Chess Master is not actually New Chess Master at all. It is actually Original Chess Master, which I have done. I haven't done New Chess Master, but that's because I don't have it on any of these cartridges. And it is not on this one. It's kind of weird, too. Whoever made these scrolling background cartridges, they really liked lying about some of the games that they include. And it just seems like the most random games to lie about. Because, like, you then look at something like the Pokemon games or Zelda Oracle of Ages, where it actually is that game. Which is kind of bizarre. But yeah, Parasoruhembe, I have played that as well. Pinball, that is Revenge of the Gator, which again I've done. Pocket Stadium, I have not done. So let's see what is going on with this game. Yep, it's come to this. The day that I've been dreading since I started doing the series. The terrifying prospect that I may have to one day play a baseball game. And that time has come. Also, yes, normal and pennant. So I think pennant is just the league mode. So we'll just go for normal. And yeah, also, note the game is in Japanese, and I don't know what these options actually say. I think this says Coco, which I don't know what that means. I think it may be different leagues. Of course, they didn't get the licenses to any of the teams, so we've got all your favourites, like, of course, you've got the Gloucester Wildcats, the Chichester, the Chichester Chimneys, the Warwickshire Warwick Davises, the Dudley Ducks, the Sheffield Steel, the Twickenham Twix, the Liverpool Livers, the Birmingham Bums, the Falkirk the I can't even think of a place that begins with BU. The Bridge University team, the Oswestry Welshmen, and the Hull City Titanics. Well, of course I'm going to go with everyone's favourite team, good old Boo versus B. We need to figure out which is the better B team. So, yeah, we're just going to go with default, I think. If you'll let me do that. So I think I'm selecting my pitcher. Okay, let's see what we've got going on. Okay, so I think I'm batting. Because I do remember that when you're pitching, it goes into a different view. Yeah, so here we go. So, note that, yeah, this takes a bit of a different strategy to other baseball games. You've got all these different options that you can do. So it's like, you can choose to hit in different zones. Like, is 8... Like, is this just a bunt? Like, you're just more likely to hit it because you're just kind of holding the bat out? Okay, well, let's... I'm not sure what these bottom options do. Like, what does that say? Like... Haunt? Haunt? I don't know. Yeah, let's go for... Let's go for a good old 4. Yeah, 4, and let's... So I don't know what the AI is going to do. Oh, wait, am I actually supposed to press the button? No, I think I got a ball, so I'm okay. Yeah, so it's a bit of an odd one. So this... Okay, so let's just say I'll just pick... let's just pick 8, and I can just hit it anywhere. So here we go. Oh, I think I pressed the wrong button. Ah, okay, I see, yeah. If I remember correctly, so this game works very differently to other baseball games. So let's go for 1, and let's just say, you know what, they're just going to throw low. Just try to throw me off. Nope, and it went out. And can we get a ball 4? See what they do. Yeah, so that time he actually swung it. So, yeah, I should point out, I did not actually press the button to swing. So this works very differently. So I think the AI is like, you know what, I'm going to throw it high this time, just mess with him. Yeah, see, I called that. Unfortunately, I think they caught it. Okay. Got the batting averages. So basically, this works completely differently to just about every other baseball game. So yeah, if you're familiar with how baseball works, yeah, this is nothing like it. Or if you're familiar with how the typical baseball game works, yeah, this is a very different game to those. Fine, we'll go for... Let's try 9, just for the hell of it. See if the AI just... Oh, no. And he swung and... Okay. But yeah, so it's kind of... unconventional, let's say. I think that's the best description that I can think of. It does not work like other baseball games. Okay, and I did get onto first base at least. Although you really can't tell where the... You know, where the pitcher is actually throwing the ball from the animation. It seems like the exact same animation every single time. Which I don't really get. I mean, that obviously was out, so I guess it's not exactly the same. Sometimes you can tell the difference to some extent. I don't know. I'm not a baseball person. But I've played enough baseball games to know this plays nothing like them. So, okay, so we got another one in on a ball 4. So apparently this pitcher that they've got is really bad at throwing inbounds. Also, I don't really understand the advantage of picking 1 over picking, say, 5. Like, so I don't know if it's a case of, like, okay, if I pick 1 and the pitcher throws into that box, they're guaranteed to hit it. I'm not really... It's an odd one. Also note the fact that this player, I can't select 9. I can select 8. I suspect 8 is probably bunt. Let's try 6. Yeah, here we go. So we hit it, and they caught it. Oops. Yeah, maybe you're more likely to get out. Like catch out, as a certain nice code game used to say. Okay. My strategy, actually, is that the AI, you know, opponent, whatever, is not going to throw in the same box twice. That's what I'm going by. They're not going to repeat the same thing. Nope, and they caught it again. Bastard. Or actually, no. Did we score? Yeah, because we scored a point. I can't even tell what happened. It looked like they caught it. But, no, I guess I made it. Because it definitely wasn't a home run, so it must have been, yeah, they just made it. But yeah, I mean, from what I've played, because I did play this for a couple minutes when I first got this cartridge, and yeah, it's basically a case of you pick the option and essentially you want the... you just want to say, okay, this is what they're going to do, we need to react to it in this way. And the game just kind of plays itself once you select the option. So here we go, so I picked the right thing. Unfortunately, the AI caught it again. So now we get to see what the pitching looks like. It's kind of funny that it switches to the pitching camera, considering that you're not actually, you know, again, you are just selecting the options on a menu. So this tells you the type of shot that you're going for. So this says... hold on, what was that for? Yeah, so straight shot. And then I think you've got, like, the curve shots. Slow, I think? And, yeah. Fast. Okay, let's just try a straight shot, just to start off with. So, I like that you could intentionally throw out. which seems a bit odd. Like, surely you'd be more likely to do that by accident rather than actually doing it by purpose. Because, you know, if I'm intentionally choosing to, you know, I'm going to mess up the AI just by deliberately throwing to the same spot that they're aiming at. I want to see if the opponents actually pick up on this. So let's throw straight down the middle. Oh no, they actually hit it that time. But I caught it, so, you know, they got out anyway. Now, I do know enough about baseball to know that the higher that batting average is, the more dangerous a player is going to be. So, I think if it's at least like a 3, then they're probably going to be more dangerous. So let's see how far I can get. Yeah, so you see like the kind of window that they were aiming at. It's like, yeah, we're going to go for this full vertical thing. Let's see if I can get the AI to try to strike this one. No, because that just came as a ball. Fine, let's try throwing slow. Aha! We did it! I got out. Yeah, see, I'm better at this than I am at, well, basically any other baseball game. I'm not good at baseball games, but this one I at least kind of know what I'm doing, even despite the language barrier. Yeah, see, this dude that I'm playing as apparently is really good with a straight shot. Actually, what does this shot do? Oh, is that just let the pitcher just do whatever they want? I guess that's just, yeah. Okay, well, let's, I like to take a more hands-on approach. Yeah, and that's why. The hands-on approach brings results. I don't know. I mean, the presentation on this is kind of weird. I mean, for what it's worth, the only other baseball game I've played on Game Boy is Nintendo Baseball, which I hated. Like, basically that game felt like a horrifically botched attempt to convert, like, the NES black box baseball game over to Game Boy, and it just didn't work. Okay, let's try 9, see if that works. And it did! Well, except for the fact that they caught it, but, you know. Now, I do wonder if maybe, if I can get it with the 1, does it give me a home run? I'm going to try that out. Oh, okay, so apparently this dude I'm playing as is... I'm going to assume this dude just sucks at batting. I'm guessing the worse they are at batting, the less options they have, and that seems about right. Yes, here we go, let's change up. Fine, we'll go for 5. Aha! No! You know, I scored 1 point. It's about as good as you can get from me, I think. And I got 2 out. Great. Yeah, so like you'll notice this dude averaged 0.2. Yeah, so basically the lower the batting average, the less options you have. So let's see what happens if I pick the other options, like this one. Look, is this bunt? Okay, it is bunt. I was like, well, this dude's got bad stats anyway. I may as well try that. So what is this? Don't know what that is, but okay, they didn't swing it anyway. Okay, let's try that again. Because it may have just been a case that they didn't swing because it was outside the box. Or, actually, maybe that's what this is. What does that say? Meow-woo? Meow-woo? I can't tell what that says. Meow-war? And what does this one say? Torui? Tolui? Okay, I don't know what that means. Fine, we'll just try 6, I guess. See if they aim low. And that doesn't look good. Let's see what happens. Is that in? Okay, apparently not. Okay, well, we'll play one more inning of this, and then I think we'll call it. Because I think we've got a good idea on how this one works. But, I think I might want to go for the slow shot for this one. Nope, and they got it. No! Yeah, it's not a good sign, is it? Oh, you can move that thing outside the box. Okay. fine, you know what, let's just do this just to mess them up. Unfortunately, I don't think you can do a hit by pitch. So, like, if I try to aim it at their face, I don't think it works. No. I do know that, you know, sometimes you do want to strategize to, like, intentionally make it so that you can't, or, like, intentionally throw it outside the strike zone. Just to get them to walk, because you don't want to risk them getting home run or anything like that. But, you know, it's kind of funny. As someone who doesn't like baseball games, as a rule, I don't know. I find this game's take on it kind of more palatable, let's say. Where I'm not having to deal with, like, having to react to the ball actually coming towards me, and, like, and having to go, oh, is this inside the strike zone? Is it possible for me to hit this? Am I doing it at the right time? I never liked that in these games. I don't mind playing these games if I've got a second person to play it with. But if I'm playing it on my own, then I'm just like, they're not really my thing. I don't know. I mean, this is alright, though. For what it's worth. Even if I'm sucking at it, but, you know. You kind of have to expect that, considering my limitations. Okay, let's do myself a curveball. Yep, couldn't get it in the middle. Okay, let's see. Does it go for the same spot twice? I want to see this. And the answer is yes, but I caught it anyway, so... Oops. Anyway, okay, so I think... Oh, is that not it? I thought I had 3 outs. Okay, I guess not. Also, yeah, Atlas. It's kind of interesting that Atlas made this, because I think they also made... What was that game called? I think they also made Major League Baseball on the NES, which even as someone who doesn't really care for baseball games, I can tell you that that is a bottom-tier baseball game. Like, it is one of the worst baseball games on the system. Like, even the presentation on that game is awful. This feels like they saw kind of the issues that that game had, and was like, okay, we need to do a different take on this. Let's just make it menu-based. And as someone who's not usually into menu-based sort of gameplay all that much, I would take this over the average baseball game. At least if I'm playing on my own. Like, I feel like I can get somewhere with it. So, you know, I think this is a top 100 game. I think I would play this over Ganso's Yanshimaru. Because that kind of just feels like a lesser version of Kid Nicky. This game feels like they looked at their previous game, Major League Baseball, and was like, okay, this game is awful, so we need to just do it completely differently, and do it, you know, there are like 50 baseball games on the Famicom. We need to do this in a way that no one else is doing. Let's just make it menu-based, because no one's done that, at least not in this sense. You know, as a sort of traditional baseball game. There are card-based games or whatever. But I don't know, I appreciate this game. I'm not necessarily a huge fan of it, but that's more just down to my general disinterest in baseball video games. But as far as baseball video games go, this is one of the better ones, I'd say. At least, it's certainly one of the more unique ones. And I would put this over Megalit. You know, I'd say it's better than Miner 2049er. I don't think it's better than Hyper Load Runner, though. I think it's... Yeah, I think I'd rather play Hyper Load Runner. You know, even if it's not the best version of Load Runner, I think that just has a bit more going on. There we go, Pocket Stadium, a top 100 game. Not something I would have seen coming going into this, but there we go. Well done, Atlas. You made a baseball game that I actually don't dislike, and that is high praise indeed for me. Okay, but let's see what else we've got. So, yeah, so for the rest of the games on this page, now, Side Pocket, I've done before, that's versus Side Pocket, or Side Pocket versus whatever it's called. Spider-Man, that's Amazing Spider-Man, which again I've done. Tailgater, that's actually Tailgater. Wizards Wario is actually Wizards and Warriors Chapter 10, The Fortress of Fear. Pac-Man is, of course, Pac-Man. And Wordzap is a game I haven't done yet. So, what is going on with Wordzap? Let's try this out. I don't think I've actually tried out this colour scheme. Here we go, from Michael Crick, a name that you may recognise from the classic unlicensed NES game Dudes with Attitude. You know, the game with the face that has to crash into gems. There we go, Wordzap. You may have actually played this game on Windows, if you've ever come across this on the Microsoft Entertainment Packs, because this was one of the games on those as well. But here we go, Jellicoe presents Wordzap. So here we go, challenge play, free play, timed turns? I don't remember what that is. So we've got word hi and word zap. So we'll start off with word hi, I guess. Which, in case you couldn't figure out, is actually a variation on Shanghai, I shall say. So we'll go for a difficulty 2. Plurals on. Okay, let's just go for that. Difficulty 2. Also, I maybe could have picked a better colour scheme. Okay, turns out this may not be the best one. So, let's go for lab. Okay, try to figure this out as I go. Yeah, so this is basically a puzzle game where you have to try to form words. Like, for instance, lip. You know what? I'm going to say knob! There we go. So we've made a nice knob gag. Or whatever constitutes as that, I don't know. Fib. Okay. Okay, like, what can I make with the K? Eek. I think eek's a word, isn't it? Yeah. And sap. There we go. Yeah, see, I know words. I know all my three-letter words, like arse. It's like ass. Gotta go American for that word. Here we go, in Cape Canaveral. Round 1, 2. So this audio, like, this is very reminiscent of, like, interplay games on the NES. Got that kind of sound to it. So now we've got tons of vowels. You know what? I gotta do this. Yep, unfamiliar with poo, this game does not know what the word poo means. Fine. Oh, hold on. Gotta bring out the good old Wilford Brimley on this one. Oat. Yeah, I've played this on both Game Boy and Windows before, and, fine, I'll just go for pot. Aim. Hold on, what can I have with Y? Toy. There we go. And I've run out of vowels, that may be a problem. Okay, let's not go for aim. Why? Yeah, this is basically... Also, yeah, you may notice a bit of a problem with this game, where there are many, you know, valid words in the dictionary, whether it be Oxford Dictionary or Webster Dictionary, whichever one you use. Like, there are tons of words that are, like, actually valid that the game just doesn't know. Which is kind of a problem when you're making a word-based puzzle game. Also, take care, Alex. I hope you enjoy your day. Fine, we'll just go for ham. I like a bit of ham. Okay, well, obviously I gotta make the word box. Via box, and then, yeah, I can't really make anything with this. Yeah, this is kind of the issue. Because, I mean, what else can I... like, what other word can I make with X? Like, vit? I don't think that's a word, but whatever. No. Okay, I've heard of get more vits. So this is the problem. You've got to make the... You've got to use the letters in a certain order. Fine. Bit. Cox. Like a Cox apple. And then a Vey, like the classic Mega CD RPG. Which apparently this game has never heard of. But, yeah. Like I say, it's a bit of a problem when the game doesn't know... Okay, let's just go to Game Select. Because I want to see if I can go to... I swear there's a version of that. Yeah, okay, you can increase the number of letters. That's what I wanted to do. Because it's a bit dull when you've only got 3-letter words. Actually, no. First thing I want to do is actually change the colour scheme, because this doesn't look good. I want to do this game a slight service by at least using a better colour scheme than this. Let's do this one. This should be better. Here we go. But like I say, this is also on Windows, and it has the same problem with the dictionary, where it's just missing tons of valid words. Like, words that would have been valid in the early 90s. But okay, we'll go for free play. I don't know what vocabulary means. We'll just go for 2, I guess. And of course I'm going to count plurals. Like, what kind of idiot would I be to not... Yeah. Plum is a word, but plums isn't. Okay, that's not how the alphabet works. Oh good, and of course they have an X in there, just to mess me up. Okay, so we gotta make words. Words! Axne? I'm trying to think what word has an X in it. Fine, we'll go for the classic word licks. I'm trying to think, like, what 5-letter word has X in it? Like, there's no 5-letter word that has an X in it. Laxes. But I don't really have access to the L. Dukes. Yeah, I don't think the game is going to count Alexa, since that's a proper noun. I'm going to assume proper nouns don't count. That's normally how it goes. What? No. No, I can't do wired, because that H is in the way. Fine, we'll go for... head. Heads. Yeah, as in heads upwards. I wonder if they would count that as a vowel or not. Or actually, no. I got a better idea. I got to go for axles. Yeah, just to get the X out of the way, just so I can think better. Okay, so where... Yeah, I'm going to make at least one word that doesn't end with S. Yeah, Weegum. The classic Weegum. Yeah, Chief Weegum. Favourite. Dude, yeah. Dude. Yeah, see, this is just me showing myself off being an idiot. Yeah, so this is like me trying to play Countdown, like just watching the episodes and just like coming up with a bunch of gibberish. It's like, is it poured? There's gourd a word? No, I guess not. Gordy. No, well, that's spelled with Y, isn't it? Gore! My favourite. You know, the classic gore. Yeah, I'm gonna say it's gained. Can I make a word with these letters? A, I, W, U, D? Yeah, I'm gonna say this game is very awkward. You know, whatever that means, that's what this game is. Hint. And apparently the game can't give me a hint. Fine. How do I quit this mode? So I do want to look at the other mode. Actually, okay, let's see. Let's see the game solve itself. Okay, I'll try to do this one myself, and then when I inevitably give up, I'll see what the game does. So... You know what? I cannot be asked. You know, I am not an asser. What do you think I am? Shats! No, apparently not. Fine. Yeah, I'm gonna throw this game some shade. Flake. I like a nice flake in the afternoon. Woke! You know, turns out, yeah, this game got pulled off the shelves for being too wokes. I can't find the word wokey. Can I spell Satan? No, I don't have enough A's. And I can't spell sorry, because I don't have enough R's. Oh, hold on. Aha! There's a word. Buttress is a significant word. Tax and, sprib. Yeah, what is sprib? Okay. I guess the game doesn't give me enough vowels to do this word. Okay, so this word I've got to use one vowel. Fine, yeah, I can give you a vowel. Twas. Yeah. Of course, the classic English town of Twassy. You know, my favourite. Yeah, I was gonna put Woks, but then I realised, oh yeah, Wok doesn't have a C in it. You know, the Jabberwocky. Once. You know, this game is very unwanted space. Yeah, I'm gonna see some stars after playing this, I think. Yeah, I'm feeling very pecky right now. Okay, well, let's see what the game solves this with. Yeah, the game's just like, no, you just did this all wrong, but... Like, what the fuck is a bat? Oh yeah, that classic word. Oh yeah, I like a good round of bats. Bots. I think the game spelled its own word wrong. Like, what? Great. Well, let's go to the other mode. See what that's like. Wordzap. So I think this is the word... I'm trying to think. Yeah, I think this is like the main game mode from the Windows version. Okay, let's go for difficulty 3, vocabulary 2, Because I am not an English major, whatever you call it. Okay, let's just try this out. Any letter. I forget exactly how this works. Oh, is it Thai currency? Okay, well, I don't remember that. Oh. Have we got to make a 5-letter word for this? You know what? I'm going to say ass. Can I be bassy? Nope, this game doesn't know what a bassy is. Okay, okay, name me any 5-letter word you can make from this that isn't the word bassy. Because I've got one vowel. Fine, I give up, because I haven't got a fucking clue. Like, you tell me what I'm supposed to make out of that. Like, that's specifically a 5-letter word. Yeah, assay. You know that word everyone knows? Assay? God. I think that's the problem with this game. Like, a lot of the words you do make that are valid, it doesn't recognise. You know, this game has given me gout from playing it. Oh, that's right, you can make less than 5-letter words. See, I would have put... Here's the thing, I would put tongue, but the game doesn't let me put anything like than 5-letter words. So I can put in tongue, but the game won't count it, because it's too long. Manet. Yep, this game doesn't know the legendary painter Manet, nor does he know Monet. It's a very uncultured game. Oh, you know what? Mount. There we go. Gant. Yeah, and the game's just like, yeah, you arsehole. Do you know words? Yeah, see, I never really understood this as a puzzle. Okay, let's try to play this for real. So, we'll get the classic word eel. Yen. Since we know this knows what a... Oh, hold on. Line. Ice. Oh, okay, I did it. Oh yeah, it has guano in there. Oh, sad I missed that now. Great, I am the word nerd class A, whatever that means. Round 4. Well, at least like one A round. But it seems like some of the rounds you just get really bad letters. I guess kind of like Boggle. Oh, hold on. Give me the Death Adder. And some mead. Yeah, this is just challenging you to try to make 5-letter words. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Zapdo. Oh, that's right. Yeah, this has an opponent that you can't see. Ugh, okay. Yeah, so that's how this works. Basically, there's an opponent off screen. I think it's telegraphed better in the PC version, where it's kind of more readily apparent that that's what's going on. But it's basically, you have to try to make words before the opponent does. So I think this is the words the opponent made. So I didn't know red. So it's not necessarily you got to make the longest words, you just have to make words that the opponent hasn't done yet. So here we go. Make pod. Prod. Rake. And yeah, I will have raked in the points. And dome. There we go. Yeah, I'm the word master, motherfucker, ain't forget it. Yeah, that's all the that's all the opponent got. Yeah, so it's really just a case of make words really fast. Like, that's the secret. But I don't know. At the same time, it does kind of feel like a lesser version of like Boggle, and there is a version of Bobble on Game Boy. Yeah, I'm gonna say, this game is tat in a way. See, I think the AI's just given up. It's realised my superior word powers, okay? I've seen many episodes of Countdown. I've played Boggle. I'm a regular Peggy Hill. Oh, is that it? Okay. And, yeah, it's got a 2-player mode. What is timed turns? Okay, let's try 4-letter words just to mix it up. Plurals on. Okay. Let's briefly try this out. Oh, there's a lot of V's, that's a good sign. What do I even do with the A, the V's? Voss. Oh god, why are there so many V's? Like, what am I supposed to make with these? Veil? That word? Oh, maybe I'm spelling it wrong. Yeah, the problem is, I can't make veil with an E because it's blocked off. So obviously, again, it's a variant of oh, here we go. Vile. There's a word. So what does the timer actually do in this? Yeah, do not know what Ravs is. I'm gonna say Runtron. Well, better idea? Oars. Yeah, bricked by the V's. It's like I'm playing the German version of Wordzap. Anyway. Okay, so I think that will do for Wordzap. I mean, where does it go on this list? I mean, it's an interesting one, but as far as word puzzles go, it maybe has less to offer than something like Boggle or even Countdown. I mean, there were video game versions of Countdown, which they offered more interesting puzzles, just from the expectation that you were able to make longer words. Like, because it's limited to 5-letter words, which maybe isn't quite enough. Like, a game like this, it should be able to allow you to make longer words than it does. And I guess if they did that, they would need to make the in-game dictionary much larger. But you do get issues where, even with what they have, they're already struggling to do it properly, because sometimes you'll put in a valid word and the game just won't count it. Like, it's just not in the game's dictionary. I get the feeling they probably should have used a larger ROM size just to account for all the words they missed. Like, they have some obscure words in that. But at the same time, there's some obvious words. Like, if you put ass, the game doesn't recognise it. Just stuff like that. Though, I've got to be honest, I remember this game being much worse than it is. Playing it again now, it is better than I had given it credit for in the past. I don't think it's great. There is a version of Boggle on Game Boy, which I think is a much better game. There's a version of Scramble, which may also be better, at least if you're playing it 2-player. I mean, the AI in that game is bullshit, and will just school you. Even on the lowest setting, it's ridiculous. Like, they'll always get shorter words, but they always know how to get at least 250 points. It's silly. But I don't know. I mean, Wordzap, it's an interesting game. There is something to it. I don't think it's good enough to be in this top 100, though. Like, I would say You know, if I was going to choose between this game and A-Force, I think I would go for A-Force. Or Armor Force, whatever you want to call it. I mean, the Windows version is maybe a bit better. But I don't think it's much lower. You know, like... I would probably play this over Double Dragon, in all honesty. But is it better than Yakuman? I mean, Yakuman is probably a better two-player game. You get a second person to play Yakuman, you probably have a really good time with it. And it certainly executes its rules better than Wordzap. So I'm going to say it's not as good as Yakuman. No, I don't think it's as good as Double Dragon. I think Double Dragon just has a bit more going for it. It maybe doesn't... Maybe not the best version of the game, but it's far from the worst. It's not as good as Digital Monster 2001. I think that, again, just kind of executes what it does a little bit better. But it is better than Rainbow Prince. It's our new number 115. So yeah, Wordzap, not a great game, but, you know, there's something there. Maybe worth a look. Though there may be better versions of it. I don't know. But there we go. 115th best game on the list. So let's go on to the next page. So for what it's worth, I have done most of the games on the multicard that I hadn't looked at before. Like, they're mostly on the first 3 pages. But we do have one more game here. So this is Yannick Noah Tennis, or Why Noah Tennis. Here we go, Yannick Noah Tennis, who likes to write his surname in all caps apparently. And also write it in Comic Sans. I think. That's what it looks like to me. So, yes, Yannick Noah Tennis. Also, hello Amber. You missed me playing a whole bunch of games. Some of them really not very good at all. But we did get to play Oracle of Ages, the Zelda game. And, you know, a couple other decent games. But now we get to play Yannick Noah, the game! I'm loving this title screen. So Yannick Noah, I think, was like a big French tennis player back in the 90s. But this was also released on the NES under the name Jimmy Connors Tennis. And that, I think, is the original. But this is the version we got, so we'll have the music on, because why not? I mean, the music's alright, so no reason to turn it off, really. So 8 hit beat lob, there's link cable mode, obviously we're not going to be doing that. Also, I forgot about this. So, this was originally Jimmy Connors Tennis, and when they rebranded it, they didn't bother to change the default name in this. So, yep, it's still Jimmy Connors. Okay, well, we're going to play, yeah, we're going to go for Tennis Man. Yeah, that sounds good. Tennis Man, the legend. Okay, let's go to the practice mode. I've got to brush up on my tennis skills. Also, we can select the court. Also, I think this was made by NMS Software, the same people who made the god-awful Indiana Jones game that I looked at. So hopefully they can do better with tennis. But hey, we've got a whole load of different stadiums to go to. Well, I want to go to Wimbledon. Do they have Wimbledon? Yeah, here we go. Oh, okay, I guess Wimbledon's the last one, which is weird, because, you know, in the calendar it'd be in the middle, wouldn't it, because it's in July. Okay, let's go for just level 2. That's what I feel like. Yeah, so here's where you're playing against just a tennis machine. Yeah, so this is just a training mode. But yeah, sort of allows you to get a nice feel of the game. Also, yeah, I did set the background to blue, because there is no option to have a green tennis court on the Game Boy player. Because there is one that has green as a background colour, but it's the wrong colour. Like, it makes the ground around the tennis court green, and not the tennis court itself. And that is a shame. Unfortunately, most Game Boy games do not have, like, custom colour schemes. Like, a few of them do, but I think it was all just the ones that Nintendo published. I don't think any third-party games have it. Oh, oops. Also, I'm not sure what the zeros next to the number of balls remaining means. But yeah, this is me just kind of getting my tennis practice in. So I have played, you know, Nintendo Tennis on Game Boy before, like on the stream. Like it was on one of the Game Boy filler streams. Sounds good. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out where I need to stand in relation to the ball. I have played this a little bit on the NES. I haven't really played this version though, and it seems like it's slower than the NES version. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I think that game may have been made for PAL format anyway. Okay, I think I've got it down. Yeah, okay. There we go, nice lob. I like that it just suddenly goes down. It's like a superpower in one of those, like, you know, anime licensed sports games. Or, like, Super Dodgeball, where the ball's just like, yep, no, it just suddenly comes down. Can I quit this mode? No, there's no option to do it. Can I do a soft reset? Yeah, okay, so if I press all the buttons at once, it works. Okay, let's go into an actual match. Let's see, what your boy Yannick has to go. Yeah, let's just play as Connors for the hell of it. So, resume, I think, is password. And just go for one set, because I'm not going to play this very long. Just play this for a bit. So, yeah, unlike Nintendo Tennis, you actually do play out, like, all the different tennis tournaments around the world. Nintendo Tennis, you play one match and you're done. But, actually, this colour scheme works pretty well for this game. Because, I mean, you want the characters to be dressed in white anyway, because, you know, it's tennis. But I get the feeling I'm not really playing as Yannick No, or I'm just playing as some dude. You know, maybe I'm playing as Jimmy Connors. Oh. Here we got a nice rally going on here. Like this. So you can aim the ball, which is nice. It's kind of just, you point the D-pad or stick or whatever in the direction that you want to hit it in. Wait, was this in 1998? I thought this was earlier than that. I know the NES version was 93, which makes more sense. Like, maybe the specific version was 98? Maybe that's why they included it. It was a more recent release. Like, it was like, yeah, this is out just in time for the Game Boy Color launch. Unfortunately, we didn't bother to put the game in color. But hey, the default color schemes will do that for us. Also, I set this to easy, and the AI is not missing a single one of these rally shots. You gotta really, like, aim for the corners, it seems. Like that. Hooray! I got a point! Also, yeah, I'm sure the US got the NES version of this. I don't think that was a European exclusive. Like, I think that did get a stateside release, too. Also, yeah, I'm kind of messing up my position. That's my fault, not the game. I always have a habit of just putting myself directly in front of the ball, even though you're not supposed to do that. Oh, that's right. Yeah, this is one of those games where you're sometimes on the back of the screen, which is kind of weird. See, I like it when I'm always on the bottom. Like in, I'm trying to think. Like, games that do that. Like, I think Nintendo, like Black Box Tennis on the NES does that, where you're always on the bottom of the screen. And I prefer that personally, just because it's easier to tell where you need to be in relation to the ball. It seems kind of needless, like, doing this on the Game Boy like this. Here we go. Yeah, try to beat that. Oh, I keep hitting it too early. Yeah, again, being on the backcourt just messes me up. It just feels kind of needless. It's kind of like, yes, I get that this is what you do in real life, but it seems like really they should just move the camera to just where I am. But yeah, see, stuff like this I've always found to be kind of awkward, and again, just feels kind of needless. And the fact that most tennis games seems to do it is, yeah, it's just like there are certain things about certain types of sports games that I'd be like, this really should not be the standard. And this is one of those things, personal gripes that I have. Yeah. I haven't seen that box art, but I imagine it's quite interesting. Also, yeah, good thing I set this to easy. I wouldn't be scoring points at all otherwise. See, I was right on the thing. But it's kind of hard to tell with these graphics. Not that the graphics are bad, it's just, yeah. It can be difficult to tell at times, because while the ball has a shadow, your player does not, and it can make it a bit weird to sort of track, like, where exactly you need to be to actually hit the ball. Maybe that's just me being rubbish. I imagine it's one of those things that, with time, you can kind of get used to it. But yeah, like the whole game should just be this. Like, me on the bottom of the screen. Because there's no reason for the computer to be on the bottom if it's just the computer. And even if I was playing this on a, you know, two-player, like with the link cable, well, the other player's just going to have their own screen anyway, so surely both players could be on the bottom part of the screen? Just with the camera just the other way. Again, just never quite understood that. I mean, like, here's the thing. I get it on the NES, and maybe this being on the NES is kind of the reason why they do that here. Oh. Okay, well, you can hit the net. See, like that, it's hard to tell if you're actually going to hit the ball or not. It just feels a little bit strict in terms of your positioning. Like, I get not positioning yourself directly in front of the ball, but sometimes it's like the ball is like slightly past you or slightly not close enough to you. And I didn't really have that problem so much with Nintendo Tennis. I don't know. Maybe it's just me being rubbish, but it's just one of those things that I have with a lot of these tennis games where it's just, it's hard to gauge it, really. Like, so far I'm sort of doing okay. Also, it's hard to tell if you're going to hit the net or not. I'm sure there's a way to figure it out. Like, maybe, like, don't hold a direction. Because that's what I've been doing. Or, maybe I'm hitting it when it's too close to the ground. But yeah, I feel like an easy mode in a game like this should probably be a bit easier. Like, the AI should not be hitting all these points. Which, granted, again, is down to me being rubbish at the game. But certainly, the difficulty options in Nintendo Tennis worked a lot better. Where the AI would miss a lot more if you were playing on the lower difficulties. And that's how it worked on Black Box Tennis as well. Where this game, they rarely miss, even on easy level. Okay, now, somehow I'm actually scoring points. I don't know where I got that from. Yeah, great. You just gotta hit it super fast. That's the secret. Hit it super fast. Hooray! I actually scored I actually got a set. That's probably the only one I'm gonna get, but you know, at least I got one. I'm not completely useless. Okay, might as well at least see what happens when I inevitably lose. But yeah, it's one of those things you have to spend more time with the game to kind of get used to how it feels. Which is not necessarily a bad thing, it's just, it's got a different learning curve to something like, you know, tennis on the Game Boy, like Nintendo Tennis. Though sometimes it seems like the player just tries to hit the wrong way. It's like, okay, I wanted to hit to the right, but the player tried to hit left. It's not like some games where the way that you, or the direction that you shoot is based on the button you press. In this, it comes down to, what is it? Yeah, so in this game, it really comes down to the case of, yeah, it's based on where the ball is in relation to you, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, really. And then we go here, and I don't know, like the courts all look the same. I mean, maybe on the NES version they all have different colours, but obviously this being on Game Boy, yeah, you're not really going to notice it. Maybe there's different physics, like depending on like if it's, you know, grass court or clay court or whatever. Maybe that's a factor in this, but as far as I'm aware, it wouldn't be. But anyway, I think that's enough of Jimmy Connor's tennis, or Yannick Noah tennis, whatever. I guess what we need to think about is, how does this compare to Nintendo Tennis? Now, Nintendo Tennis is currently the 46th best game on the list. That game certainly had a bit more in the way of personality. Like, you had Mario, you know, being the umpire, which was always nice. You had more difficulty levels, I think, and the difficulty levels, from what I've played of both games, those do vary more. Like, it's more forgiving on the easier levels, but it's still quite tough on the higher levels, and I think that helps. The graphics had more personality, like, it was more zoomed in by comparison, but it wasn't so zoomed in that it made the game harder to play. Like, you could always see the action that you needed to see. It wasn't a case of, we cropped off the screen and now it's so much harder to play because of that, which was a problem with Nintendo Baseball on Game Boy. But with tennis, it was fine. I prefer the soundtrack to that game. I mean, the soundtrack in both games is fine, but I prefer the soundtrack in Nintendo Tennis. Also, I will turn the audio down just a little bit. I was going for the VODs, and the game audio seemed a bit loud to me. But, I don't know. I think Nintendo Tennis is a better game. In terms of what this game has that that game doesn't, it has the practice mode. You can enter your name. You've got all the different tennis tournaments, but I don't think that really adds much to the game. Like, you know, is there really... It doesn't really add much in the way of depth. You know, I guess you win enough matches and you get some cool ending sequence, maybe, but I wouldn't count on it. I don't know. I don't like this as much as regular tennis. It's alright, but it's not on that level. You know, I wouldn't put this on the level of Pokemon Diamond or Jade, or Keitai Denju Telefang. It's not as good as Buster Move 3 DX, or Buster Move 2 Arcade Edition, even if it is pretty far from the arcade. It is better than Wave Race, though. I mean, Wave Race kind of felt like a second-rate Micro Machines. Like, Wave Race is alright, but I think that game could certainly have stood... You know, there were some real improvements to be made, and, you know, people don't really care about it compared to what came afterwards. I'm going to say this is a better game than Wave Race, but it's not as good as Asteroids. Mickey Mouse 2 is definitely the superior option if you're going to, you know, pick a Game Boy game. So I'm going to say it's our new number 82. But hey, top 100 game. Congratulations, Yannick Noah. Enjoy your prize winnings. Now, unfortunately, there's really not much else left to cover on this multicart. I mean, we have been going for 3.5 hours, so there's still a fair bit. But, yeah, looking at the rest of these games, I mean, the rest of these are pretty much all 32K titles, so, yeah, Yakuman, Clax, that is the Japanese version, so we're not going to look at that. Loops Tetris, Load Runner, that's Hyper Load Runner. Shissensho, aka Matchmania. Wheel of Fortune on the NES. I mean, Wheel of Fortune on the NES is okay, but there are better takes on it. Daedalian Opus, as opposed to Dead Alien. Amida, game I'm glad I don't have to play again. Palamedes, same again. Corrodice, Dragon Slayer, Dr. Mario World Bowling. Yeah, so these are pretty much all games that I've looked at before. So these are all kind of the filler titles that you would expect to find on these multicarts. You know, any multicart that has a large number of games is pretty much going to have all of these games on it. You know, games like Motocross Mane or Master Karatech. You know, and of course Missile Command. And of course the classic Bubble Ghost. You know, this multicart has Bubble Ghost, so whatever sins it may have committed with some of the other games, it redeems itself with this game. Though it does have NFL football, so, you know, maybe want to avoid that. Harmony game, that is Game of Harmony. Now, this is where things get interesting, so... Yeah, they also put some homebrew games on this cartridge. Now, some of these homebrew games I've looked at already, and I won't be looking at them again. You can look through the past streams if you want to see those. I think I looked at all of them on the Game Boy Filler streams, or maybe Game Boy Killer. So, Pokemon... Actually, what was Pokemon 7? I forgot what this is. I'm not ranking these games, by the way. I'm not counting homebrew games for this list, because I don't think it's really fair to put... I don't think it's really fair to put homebrew games alongside retail games. Like, bootlegs, yes, because, you know, those games were sold for money. Games like Rockman 8 and Sonic Adventure 7 are fair game. They might be irredeemable shite, but someone thought that those games were worth selling for money, and they were wrong. But there we are. So, Tic-Tac-Toe, Megamania. Actually, is that the same Megamania that I played before? Yeah, this is it. Yeah, it's the classic. So, Megamania, classic Atari 2600 game. Not so classic Game Boy game, where it was obviously never finished, considering that you only have one enemy. The game never advances levels, and there's no way to die. So, yeah. I think there actually were hamburgers in Megamania, for what it's worth. That's not just bad graphics, that is intentional. But yeah, Dungeon Escape, is this... Hold on, is this the same as it was? Because this one that I played was very unfinished, and I suspect this may be the same one. Yeah, so this is the exact same one that I played before, so where basically they never finished the game, and you can just go through the walls. It's obviously meant to be a dungeon crawler of some sort, but again... yeah, just didn't seem to have much in the way of progress made in terms of actually making the game. So, we may as well see what's on the last page. There are some games on there I haven't played yet. Games like Downhill Ski, and everyone's favourite game, of course, Gay. You know. What is Gay? This and many more questions will be answered on this last page. So, Downhill Ski, I don't think I've played this one. Let's put this in black and white, because that seems appropriate. Wait, is this going to be... Is this going to be free ski? Or, sorry, ski free. Hold on, let me try this out. Oh, it is! I love ski free. You know what's really funny too? There actually is a Game Boy Color version of ski free. Oh. No, this isn't quite the same. But, also, hello Retro TAS, how you doing? Oh, I do love ski free. One of my all-time favourite Windows 3.1 gives... Oh. No, I guess it's just a maze? What's going on? Okay, so I guess just find the way. Okay, what is this? Now, like I say, I'm not ranking homebrew games. But, yeah, this does have a ski-free vibe to it, though it's clearly not... Okay, let's try going left this time. My left, his right. Can I... Nope, there's not enough of a gap there. Okay, let's take note of that. See if I can get any further. Though, also note the score system, which seems to be kind of useless. Doesn't really seem to have a purpose, really. Can I go between the trees? Yes. But I can't go between them going like that. It's just, nope, you lose. Okay. Well, we have to see Gay. If I get banned for showing gay content on the stream, then so be it. Oh, yes. You know, we need to answer all of life's questions. What is the concept of gay? You know, we must know. And the answer is Pong. Yeah. Have you ever wanted to bat some balls with your nice big long paddle? Well, now you can. With the gay game, which, let's face it, is by default going to be infinitely better than the guy game on account of it not being illegal to play or own. So, yes, gay Pong. No, they're turning the Pong gay! How dare they? Yeah, this is it. Like, the ball only moves at 45-degree angles. I don't even know, like, is this even the correct name? Or is the actual name... Is this just called Pong if you look it up on, like, an actual ROM list? This feels like... Yeah, it's probably called something else. But I can see how they made this interesting. Basically made it so the ball speeds up every time you hit it. Which, actually, I like that. I don't think Pong does that usually. Like, maybe they do in Pong the next level on PlayStation. Yeah, the CPU, you know, the computer... Yeah, kind of a brick wall, really. Two paddles slapping a ball together. Yeah. Show your paddle and I'll show you mine. Don't take me up on that offer. I won't actually do that. You know. I have a partner already. And I can't risk losing them. Kind of a shame there's no audio. I was kind of hoping it would just play like an 8-bit version of YMCA or something like that. Oh, look at the speed though. Oh! My paddle is now fully erect. Let's go! Oh, look at this. So, yeah, eventually the ball outruns... Oh! I got it. I got it. Okay, let's just say next goal wins. You know, maybe I can be the champion of gay. Also, I can pause the game. But if I unpause the game, it leaves the exclamation mark on screen. Some pretty good stuff. Yeah, see, this game just got more aggressive. You know, I've seen so many takes on Pong. Like, there was that one Sentai game on the Famicom that had this as a minigame. And, yeah, it's literally... What can we do with the massive robots that we've got in this... Oh, also, yeah, I lost. What can we do with the massive robots from this license? Just make them play Pong. It's like, well done. Okay. So, what else have we got? So, I think some of the other games I have played. So, yeah, I don't think I've played Puzzle X, though. I don't recognise that one. So, this is a monochrome game. What is Puzzle X? Well, it's from Bung, so that's a good sign. Straight out of Hong Kong. Oh, I think I might know what this is. This is that one Jungle Tag game, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Oh. No, I have to let go of the thing. Yeah, okay, I get it. Just move the things into the right holes. And then you win. Yeah, I think I have played this before. I can't remember if I've played it on stream, though. Okay. Let me try to figure this out. So I've got to do this. Get this one in. It's got a slight Choo Choo Rocket vibe, though it's not quite the same. I have played another... I've played another homebrew that basically is Choo Choo Rocket. Okay, I think I know how to do it. Assuming we've got them on the right place. Oh no, did I get them in the wrong... Ugh, great. No, it turns out I got them in the wrong order. It's kind of hard to tell because of how similar the shapes look, though. It's like, you know, I thought this one went in this one, and it's like, okay. Turns out that was not the answer. So, okay, this one goes on the top left, and this one... Okay, I get it. Let's do it right. Can I do this in the required number of moves? The answer to that is yes. Wait, what is it called? Farmer crates? Okay, now we've got a block. Okay, let me try to figure this out. God. So I played Megalit earlier. Okay, so I can't push it one at a time. I do have to slide it. Slide to the left. Hold on. If I slide it in from one side, does it... Okay, will it just go straight in? Let's try that out. No, it does not. That is a problem. Okay, so this one actually seems quite interesting. Actually, I kind of like this. But I think I've messed it up. Okay, well, I think you kind of get the concept on that one. Just kind of move the things into the right place. Not a bad game, actually. I'm sure that there are some retail versions like that as well. But as a homebrew game, not bad. So Starfight, that was that one shoot 'em up where the things just constantly come down from the top of the screen. And then StarTex... What's StarTex? I'm pretty sure I've played this before, but I just briefly want to see what it is, because I forget. From Neolith Productions. What have they got going on? What was this game? Oh yeah, this one with the sort of cool interface. Yeah, this is like the weird sort of space shooter thing. You gotta guide the ship to safety. Anyway, yeah. I have shown that one of them on stream before, so we'll quickly move on. Because I do want to show off the ones that I haven't done yet. Because there are other ones still to go. And I want to have my dinner before too long. So, Turret Duty, what is this? Is this a... Oh no, this is a colour game. Okay. Once again from Bung. Is this going to be like Scorched Earth? Also, a great colour scheme, by the way, just red on black. But at least it tells me how to play it. Yeah, this looks like Scorched... Oh, no, no, it's not. It's, No, this is like Commando Raid on the Atari. Which is actually a really cool game. I like that one. Okay, I think I get it. Spray shots, try not to die. Oh, wait, okay, I get additional shots every time I hit. Okay. I think I get it. So what happens if too many dudes land on the bottom? Like, do I just lose? Because that's how it works in Commando Raid. Level 1. Or level -1, possibly. Oh, yeah, yeah, it's like Burbles, only not shit. So that's what this game needs. It needs that theme song. No, and I think I lost. Okay, well. Yeah. If you want a Burbles like on your Game Boy. Well, no, again, it really is more like Commando Raid. So I guess if you let too many planes go past, then you lose. Okay, well, I think we get it. Also, it's surprisingly choppy for a homebrew game. They usually tend to be smoother than this from my experience. Or at least sometimes they are. I don't know, maybe I'm just missing something. Okay, let's see if I can beat level 1. Yeah, just spray shots until I win. I think that's the secret. As long as I spray shots, I'm okay. Yep, you die. Because I'm better than you. Okay, so I gotta shoot the dudes coming down as well. I get it. Basically, if too many of them land, you lose. Though, certainly there was better graphical indication given of that in Commando Raid, it has to be said. Because they went into tunnels, and then if they dig through the tunnels, you lose. It's like, well, you're kind of done now. Yeah, and that's it. Okay, well, apparently I can't beat level 1, so... whatever. Let's see what else there is. Okay. So... game 97 Scramble. Is this going to be the arcade game? So again, this is Game Boy Color. Press start. Yep, it totally is. Okay, let's see how good it is. Well, I can't shoot the rocks. I don't think you could in the original, to be fair. Yeah. It's kind of funny. I have oh, okay. For some reason, I couldn't shoot missiles for some reason. It just wasn't letting me do it. I don't know if the game just glitched out, but okay. Yeah, it's like there. It just wasn't letting me fire a missile. I guess I was too close to the ground and it just wasn't showing it for some reason. But so far, this seems all right. Actually, I've played multiple bootlegs of Scramble. Well, I say multiple bootlegs. One of them was a bootleg, and then the other one was official, but then got re-released as a bootleg. Like I've got a plug and play that has a bootleg version of Scramble on it. Also, wait, can I not get? Okay, so I can get killed by the enemies, but only some of them. Like if I touch these rocks, they don't hurt me. And I get the feeling they're probably supposed to. So this may, again, be a case of a game that just wasn't finished. Though it seems further along than something like the Mega Mania conversion that I was looking at. So, potentially quite interesting. There may be a later version of this out there somewhere. And it's probably worth checking that out. Oh, except now I'm just stuck in the wall. Maybe a problem. Also, I think I've... Wait. Yep, the lives count is glitching out. I guess now I have just E lives. Yeah, so it keeps spawning me into the wall. So obviously this was not actually finished. Yeah, so like, you just keep losing lives. Also, I don't think there's any sound. I can't hear any anyway. At least not on my end. But it's always fun seeing some of these homebrew games, seeing what these people were making, like back when the Game Boy was still, you know, when it was still a current system. Because again, this is Game Boy Color, and I don't know when the small cart was made, but I'm guessing this was around 2001. Because none of the games on the cartridge, I think, were made any later than 2001. So, yeah, I think that's about it. Also, yeah, like, when I touch these rocks, like, I'm not losing lives or anything. But yeah, I'm guessing this was 2001 when they released this cartridge. I don't think it actually has a year on the label, so I'm just guessing. Also, I think the map might be looping at this point, because this looks like the bit I was doing earlier. Normally you're supposed to go to a base and you have to bomb a very specific spot, and then you win, and then it loops. Actually, what happens if I run out of fuel? I want to see this. Do I just lose a life, or is there some kind of animation? Try to do that. It's kind of a shame this doesn't have the theme from the Game Zone 2 version. Okay, so you fall down and then die. Okay. Well, let's move on from that, because there's not really a whole lot more I can show with that, because, again, it just clearly wasn't finished. I do wonder if there is a finished version, though. I might have to look into that afterwards, because there may well be. Little Fantasy. Okay, what is this? I've never heard of this one. Designed by Tomas Richnovsky. Once upon a time, Monster Hunter Tom came to Ranom. Press start and explore 64 screens, find spells, fight enemies, search equipment. So, game coming to us straight from the Czech Republic, or Czechia, or... What is the correct name? It seems like no one can actually decide on what the correct name of the country is. Are you here to clear our village from monsters? Okay, well, so far, not sure this is quite going to be on the level of Oracle of Ages, but we'll see. Bloppers playing football. Oh no, don't... Village? Okay. So there are 64 screens. Finally, you have arrived. Okay. Help. Wait, what's going on? Monsters in my house. Oh no! What's going to happen next? You're going to have Batman in your house. Hurry, Tom. Okay, so I guess... What happens if I touch this dude? Do I just die? Monsters attack my house. Okay, what happens if I go in? Oh, okay, so it's got like turn-based battles? Okay. See how this works. Apparently this beetle is armed with a knife. Which is interesting. So what's the magic do? Oh, that's cool. Okay, let's try that out. Oh, it only gives me 6 health back? Oh, I was hoping for more. Can I heal between battles? Because that may be kind of important. Well, I'm going to have to heal myself at this point. Also, there's another option that I can't select. It's just the mysterious non-selectable option. Yeah, it's possible, but I would imagine they've been preserved well. I would hope. Also, okay, my HP, maximum HP just went up. Thank you for saving me. My name is Simonka. Okay, what do I actually do here? You are very brave. Well, you're welcome. Yeah, so this really reminds me of Adventure Game, which was a Net Eurozzy game. That was kind of like a piss take on like adventure games and like RPGs and that sort of thing. But this seems to have, I guess, kind of yeah, kind of the elements that you would expect for a game like this. So we can go... Let's go to the rough country. Let's see what's going on there. Or not, because the game won't let me move there for some reason. I guess I have to go into the castle first. We are gods. We like our job. And he just says the same thing. Okay, what does the king say? Let's go behind the room. Talk to this old man. I am twin of that man in the village. Great. Not of memory for sprite spell. Oh, I can read the books. Necronomicon. Art of Game Boy Program. My favourite old-timey book. Also, Kama Sutra. Yeah, let's not look at that one and say we did, because I don't want to get the stream pulled down. I looked at Gabe before I did start the stream, so I knew that one was safe for work. Speak to Queen. Yeah, I'm going to open the treasure chests. Right. Is it supposed to be a queen? I thought it was a king. Okay. Greetings, Tom. I'm glad that... What is it? Oh. Oh no, Skullman just appeared. Oops. Tom Skullhead kidnapped Simonka. Queen to the left is armory, to the right is library. Okay, let's go to the armory. Can I do anything here? You can take weapon. Thank you. More you fight, the more tough you get. Well, that's generally how these games tend to work. So, we got the armor, we got the thing. Okay, so clearly it was like someone really wanted to make kind of like an RPG Maker style RPG. It's kind of what it feels like. Though I don't think there ever was an RPG Maker for Game Boy, but you know. So, do we get like random fights? Yes, okay. Just figuring this out as I go. Though it seems to be kind of missing sort of certain interface sort of options that you would normally get in these types of games. Hermit, and I live on the top of this mountain. Even though he's on the bottom of the mountain, he just decided, yeah, I'm just not going to stand there. Okay, well, just for the hell of it, let's just go up here. Just because I can. Until this happens. And let's try not to die. Like, what even is this thing I'm fighting? Is it meant to be a bug? It's like a tripod with a giant tongue. Like, I can't even tell what it is. Kind of a shame there's no audio in this. Would have added a little bit of something to it. But, you know, it's one of those things, you know, it's a homebrew game, what do you expect? Oh, was there an RPG Maker for Game Boy Color? Well, I'd assume this game probably wasn't made using it, though. That seems kind of unlikely. Well, probably going to die here in a second, so... Yep, that's it. And we just suddenly end up back at the inn, Pokemon style. Okay, well, that is that. Potentially interesting. I guess you'll probably have to grind a bit before you're strong enough to go through that section. But anyway, that is... already forgot the title. Little Fantasy. Q*bert. Now, there was a Q*bert for Game Boy. But this is not that game. Or not the official one, anyway. This is clearly a homebrew remake. Kind of a shame that we don't have Q*bert for Game Boy, the official one. Let's see what this one's like. So, yeah, it kind of looks a lot like the NES version, I would say. And, yeah, it kind of plays a lot like it. It's like they played the NES version and was like, okay, we'll just make that. Unfortunately, you do not get the voice sample, just like the NES one. And that's a shame, because the voice sample is half of the fun of Q*bert. And also, yeah, for the record, I am rubbish at Q*bert. Just as a heads up, I suck at this game hard. Like, you want competent Q*bert gameplay, you don't want to go to me. Like, I'm the last person you want. Like, no Bert. That's me. But I can do this. Though it doesn't seem to despawn the enemies, or it doesn't despawn all of them. Yeah, it's like, how are you meant to dodge that thing? I don't know. But once again, seems good, but again, the lack of sound means it's kind of missing something. It looks very similar to the NES version, though. Which is not a bad thing. I remember the NES version was decent enough. You know, it's a good version of the game. But even that doesn't have the voice samples, and because of that, it's not quite as good as maybe it should be. Okay. But yeah, that's Q*bert. You all know how it works. Well, time to play the last game on the cartridge. And what is that game? Well, it is, of course, the classic... Oh, I accidentally skipped it. Yes, it is the classic homebrew game Jurassic Park. And this one actually is a monochrome Game Boy game, so let's take a look at this. Well, no, actually, this isn't a homebrew game at all. This is, in fact, the actual Jurassic Park game for Game Boy. So, let's see what this one's like. You know, I've got an idea for a sequel series to this one. And, I've got something in mind. So, what is info? What does that do? Is this just the plot to the film? Yeah, I think it may be, actually. Welcome to the most incredible theme park of all time. I've never actually looked into this option. I've played this game before, and I thought I'd ranked this on a previous episode. But I was looking through the list, and it turns out I haven't. Because I've got this on at least one other cartridge, but I might not have ever actually played that cartridge, so I guess I just never did this. Anyway, let's go into the actual game. Yeah, so just like Yannick Noah Tennis, you might have actually played this on the NES, because there is a NES version of this as well. You know, it's kind of funny. Yeah, like Jurassic Park is one of those films, like, they made so many games based on it, which I guess makes sense. The film was massive at the time, like, it was one of the highest grossing films at that point. So, you know, inevitably, everyone wanted to make a game based on it. Okay, it feels like there's a bit of delay to the controls, and that's not the latency on my end. That is just the game. Okay, so yeah, if you've ever played the NES game, you'll kind of know how this works. The whole idea is that you're essentially going around Jurassic Park, trying to collect all the eggs, trying to make sure they don't hatch. Maybe not the best use of the license, but I mean, it makes more sense that Wolverine game we looked at earlier. Here we go. Welcome to JP. The JP in my name does not stand for Jurassic Park. Also, yeah, the soundtrack for this game too. I love the soundtrack for this game, by the way. You know, you may have heard it on the pre-stream. And yes, this theme does just turn into the Comic Bakery theme. Not the only time that someone would do that in an unrelated game, funnily enough. Like, there was also... what was that game? The PC game. Platypus? Which is like a shoot-'em-up. That had a whole bunch of, like, Commodore 64 remixes. And this was one of them. Like, the theme to the first level was just this. But, yeah, so this, again, you just walk around, collect a whole bunch of eggs, and then win. It probably one of the less interesting games that try to make use of the license. Also, yeah, those question mark blocks, the effects of them are completely random. Sometimes you might gain health, but you may also lose health. And as far as I'm aware, it's completely randomized. Like, there's no way to know what the box is going to do beforehand. Which kind of sucks. Because sometimes you need the health, and you don't know if it's actually going to give you health or just kill you. It's really only worth getting, maybe if you're about to die, and you're like, well, I'm going to die anyway if I don't get it. Yeah, it's kind of weird that they just stuck this game at the end of the list. Like, it feels like it would be closer to, like, the beginning. Which I don't really understand. But whatever. It's kind of a minor thing. Again, if you ever played this on the NES, it is a lot like that one. Like I say, I swear I played this on a previous stream and ranked it, but I may have been thinking of, like, maybe I played the NES version on stream before. Also, good to see you back, Alex. Yes, I'm playing a bit of Jurassic Park. I was playing a whole load of homebrew games, but they kind of stuck this game on the end of the list just because they felt like it. Thankfully, they do give you bullets whenever you shoot a dinosaur, which is kind of funny. Though the problem is, they give you 2 shots for each dinosaur, and yeah, if you run out of ammo, because I don't think the pickups ever respawn, so you want to make sure you don't waste them. You do get enough ammo that you can get by, but if you keep missing shots constantly, then you're in trouble. And I can't remember what that does. Like, it does something. I think maybe that's like a key card that lets you enter buildings. Because I know you can enter buildings in the NES version, and I think this lets you do that as well. Also, yeah, you can switch weapons as well. So let's just go for the regular one. I don't think... No, I can't go through there. I mean, generally, you're actually better off just avoiding the enemies a lot of the time. Also, it's kind of funny. I'm supposed to be playing as Dr. Grant, though I kind of look like Indiana Jones with the way that the graphics are rendered in this version. Here we go. Okay, so that one gives you 4 hits. So I think it may just be a case of, yeah, the amount of shots you get back. It's just based on the amount of hits those enemies take. Yeah, like I say, the soundtrack for this is really good. Though where the last 2 eggs are, I don't know. Because it feels like I've searched the whole map. And also, yeah, aiming is awkward because you shoot out with your left hand. Well, actually, no. Sometimes you shoot with your left hand, and sometimes you shoot with the right. I could have sworn there was a way to enter buildings in this. Maybe that was only in the NES version. But yeah, it's kind of funny. Like, you had the SNES game that superficially looks a bit like this, but is really a very different game and has a lot more going on. And then you've got, like, the Mega Drive game, which was a side-scrolling platformer where you play as, like, you play as Dr. Grant, or you play just as a raptor, if you want. That game was quite interesting, though. I definitely remember Rampage Edition, which was, yeah, kind of a sequel. I definitely remember that being the better game. Okay, there's one. Where's the last one? Ugh, I don't see where it is. Yeah, so this is the problem with games like this, where it's just kind of a big Easter egg hunt. It's not, like, hiding behind the trees, isn't it? I don't think this game's programmed like that. Though it has to be said, the controls are a bit awkward. Sometimes it feels like you just continue going in a certain direction when you don't want to. Well, I'm trying to check the building. Like, I did look there earlier, and I thought I got all the eggs, but maybe I didn't. But, yeah. I'm trying to see, did I miss anything up here? Because I know I went up the roof, like up this area. Did I miss something here? No, okay, there's the last one. I gotta go get back down. You can't just jump off the building, because obviously you just get yourself killed doing that. I think you have to go to the actual gate afterwards. Hold on, let me just get that out, just because that looks cool. Here we go. Collect the key, and then I think that's it. Yeah, I think they might have simplified this one a little bit from the NES game. Though actually that's not a bad thing, because I seem to recall the interior sections in the NES version were not fun to mess around with. There was a lot of stuff obscured behind the walls, and it was kind of a mess. So taking that out of the game is not necessarily a bad thing. Okay, am I not supposed to go to the gate? I thought that's what I was supposed to do. Like, I thought that was kind of the point. Because I've got all the eggs. What am I supposed to... Like, what else would I do? Try the other building, see if that works. Okay, try the sail. Oh, okay, you actually do get in the building, never mind. Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about. Sometimes those boxes just kill you for no reason, because the game felt like being a dick. Like, which is kind of like, well, why would you even bother putting those boxes in the game if half of them just kill you? Which is kind of just a bad idea, full stop. Also, yeah, it looks like you should be able to jump up this, and then the game just says no. Like, look at this. Like, does that not look like I can jump up it? So I'm sure that there were, like voice samples of, like, yeah, of, like, killing the dinosaurs in the NES one, and that just isn't a thing in this. And sometimes enemies just spawn out of nowhere in a way that really doesn't make any sense. So it's like, there were obviously no enemies there, and then suddenly an enemy shows up. Great. It's like, oh, you just gotta, like, wander around like a pillock until the game decides to let you move on. Yeah, see, this is the parts that I didn't like. There's some stuff in this game that just feels very arbitrary, and just, like... Yeah, you're just like, okay, well, why would you need this in the game? It's like they tried to flesh out the game by going like, oh, you gotta collect the eggs, and then you get a key card after getting all the eggs, but it's kind of like a pointless extra step that doesn't really have much. Okay, here we go. Need correct security card. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure I've got the card, and the game's just not... the game's just like, no. Yeah, there's no menu, so it just feels like the game's broken. Computer says no. No, I think it's like, oh no, you gotta go to the other build. This really gives me like Beverly Hills Cop on PS2 vibes. It's like they tried to pad out the game as much as possible by making you constantly backtrack around the map. It's like, we got a small map, we need to make it so you have to keep going to the different parts of it to maximize the use of the map. And I kind of get it, it's just, yeah. Probably a better way of going about it, really. But yeah, it's like, okay, I collect this box, what's the thing that's going to kill me? Oh no, it may be invincible, I think. Yeah, like I say, the effects of them are completely random, and there's no way to know in advance. Because again, I'm pretty certain they are randomized. It's not like it'll give you the same effect every time. If only. Yeah, like I say, if you've ever played this on the NES, this is very similar. I've actually got a pirate copy of this on Famicom, but it doesn't work. Like, it's a really busted version. I think the ROM chips have just gone bad, and yeah, basically it just doesn't work. So I'm actually going to make it a point to avoid the boxes, because I'm pretty certain if I collect one of those, it's just going to just decide to kill me. And I'm at least going to try to finish the level. So, obviously, okay, I've got to get 5 more, you know, eggs. But I don't know where they are. Okay, do I have the key card for this? It's just like... It's like, well, how would I know if I've got the correct card or not? Like, it just seems very arbitrary. That's like what any of the cards are. And how do I get to this section on... Okay, I didn't mean to collect that, but I guess I got lucky. Okay, let's just try going to the right. Get all that. Because I want to at least try to beat this first level. I have done it before. I don't remember if it was this version or the NES version, but I know I've done it. But it's so hard to aim. Often, I don't know, the controls feel weirdly stiff for a game like this. Half the time I just point in the wrong direction. And the game really doesn't give you back enough ammo. Like, you can't replenish ammo. from defeating the enemies, you're actually better off avoiding them if you can help it. It's really only being in tight spaces that is the reason why you wouldn't necessarily do that. It's like, okay, I guess I collected all these. Are they even ID cards? I mean, for all I know, they could just be blocks of chocolate. They might as well be. But let's not touch those in case they get killed. But like I say, I've got a pirate copy of this, and again, that one just doesn't work. I have played the NES version properly before, and yeah. Also, is this a kitchen? I guess it must be. Okay, let's see if this works now. Oh, okay, I guess we actually have it. Well, oh, we cannot select gate control. Jurassic Park main gate is open. Hooray! Now we can actually beat the level. So let's get to the end and not get killed. Not accidentally walk into a box that just blows up. Okay. So now we can do this and try not to get killed in the process. Like I say, the controls feel like they could have been a lot better. Like, because it feels pretty straightforward, but it just doesn't work nearly as well as it should. But hey, at least you get a cool picture when you beat the level. Oh, I remember this. Yeah. So, you know, you ever heard this little thing called escort missions? Well, yeah, they decided to put one into this game. Where you've got to... Great. You got to save... Is it your wife? I can't remember. Also, yeah, if your wife takes damage, you also take damage. Also, yeah, I don't know why you can't just move off to the side. And, yeah, you might notice it's kind of awkward to aim the NPCs where you want them to. Like, they kind of stand behind you, and it's... Yeah, it's odd. It is strange. I mean, I like that they at least try to mix it up. It's not just, okay, here's the same level over and over again. At least it is something different. Though I do remember on the NES version, it actually did kind of have like a brief between levels that kind of told you what it is you were going to do. Here, it just kind of gives you this out of nowhere. And I think it is literally just a case of you have to survive this for a minute or so. And then you beat the level. I'll say this, I mean, technically it looks kind of impressive for a, you know, Game Boy. Because, I mean, just look at how massive those dinosaurs are. Like, I'll give them this. They are certainly impressive looking. But sometimes it looks like you're standing in the right spot and then the game just kills you. And unfortunately, you know, your allies, like, you know, programming is not great. They tend to just get themselves killed. Okay, I think we did it. Oh, we beat the level. Okay, apparently that was part of level 1. I'm sure the original, or like the NES one, that was in level 2. But I will say, there were other Jurassic Park games, like the Mega CD game, which I think was an adventure game, but I've never seen anyone get anywhere in it. There was also that really shitty 3DO game that was just a bunch of really lame, just basic mini-games that have, like, nothing to do with the film. I don't remember what this level is. I've got to be honest, I'm not sure I ever actually got past that bit. But, okay, this looks very similar to level 1. But yeah, I guess we gotta save Tim. Oh, which character was Tim? Like, I remember Newman. Also, yeah, sometimes you'll just get blindsided like that. But yeah, sometimes you'll just get... yeah, you have, like, Newman and, Jeff Goldblum. I don't remember Tim. I must admit, it's been a while since I've seen the film. I like Jurassic Park, but I never really got into the series. Like, I like the first film, that's about it, really. And then made a whole bunch of sequels that, I don't know, I just didn't really care to look into much. Not that the sequels are necessarily bad, they just didn't really interest me. I'm like, Jurassic Park's one of those, I'm probably happy just going for one. Yeah, try to get me like that. I can just spin around you. Run circles. For I am Dr. Grant. And I'm going to get me a grant. I do find it amusing that you just go around blowing up, just blowing up all the dinosaurs. I guess that kind of makes sense. You're just trying to survive, but, you know. So I assume I've got to go back to that bit on the bottom. Try not to get killed. Neverhood? The Mega CD version was a point-and-click game. I think. I haven't... I never sat down and played it myself, but from what I've seen from other people playing it, that's basically what it looked like. But here we go. I don't know why there's trees indoors. I guess... like, surely... like, the place hasn't really been around long enough that they've had foliage growing inside the labs. That seems kind of unlikely to me. But yeah, so level 2 looks a lot like the first part, level 1. Also, yet again, just getting blindsided. Like, how am I supposed to know there's an enemy there? It's like just hiding in the spot where I can't actually see it because of this camera. And yeah, sometimes the game will just do that. And like, okay, I'm trying to get to this egg, and the game just isn't letting me. Yeah, it's like I'm trying to do it, but it's like you have to approach it from a certain angle. And you can't see which angle you need to approach it from. Like, look at this. Like, I'm amazed, like, an enemy hasn't just, like, came out of nowhere and killed me. But yeah, here we go. But I'll give them credit, you know, they tried to do a little bit more with this than just like, you know, we're going to make a typical platformer game. Though granted, I mean, the Mega Drive game kind of was that, and I would say that that is probably a better game. But for what it's worth, I've certainly played games today that I've liked a lot less than this. Looking at you, the X-Men game. Whatever it's called. And I don't know where the last egg is. I can't see it. And of course I got hit. Like, that's the problem with this game. Enemies will just constantly appear out of nowhere and just blindside you, and it kind of sucks. It's like, grab this box, and you die. Because the game decided it wanted you to die. But it's like, yeah, it's like that. Like, how am I meant to react to that? And where is this last egg? I don't see it anywhere. Yeah, how would this be? I mean, in terms of Jurassic Park games, again, there are certainly far better ones than this. But I don't know. I mean, granted, you compare this to something like the 3DO game, this is probably still better. Because the 3DO game doesn't even really try. It's just like, we slapped together a bunch of lame mini-games and just called it a day. And we couldn't even be bothered to get the actors to be in it. It's like, here's a bunch of, like, stand-ins. It's like, well done. You made a shitty Jurassic Park game that doesn't really accomplish much. Yeah, like, where is this last egg? I don't see it anywhere on this map. Oh, the dinosaurs kill you? Oh, so it's an adventure game where you can easily get killed. Oh, that sounds great. Oh, there's the egg. Okay, well, it's my fault. I don't know why I didn't spot that, but whatever. So this weapon seems to do... it maybe does twice as much damage as the regular one. Hard to tell, really. Okay, don't really know where to go. Try to figure this one out. Okay, and I can't go above the screen. But I sure can get blindsided. Yep, and killed again by the boxes. So basically, the point is just avoid the boxes, because they're rubbish. I think if the boxes were at least consistent in what they did, this would be a lot better. Also, yeah, limited continues. You know, I'm just going to leave it there, I think. I mean, for what it's worth, I imagine a lot of people never even bothered to beat level 1 of this. Also, it's kind of weird that this game has a jump button, but you never actually seem to use it. Like, there doesn't seem to be any situation that would necessitate jumping, so I don't really get that. I know there was a sequel to this on Game Boy, and apparently that one's better. I think that one was like a running gun game. But yeah, I mean, Jurassic Park, well, let's put it this way, it's no Yannick Noah Tennis. But, I mean, let's think about this. In terms of tie-in games, you know, to films or TV shows or whatever, I have played far worse, you know. I mean, you compare it to, like, the X-Men game that I was playing earlier. Like, that game is so much worse than this. Like, this at least kind of works. It has more interesting ideas, sort of. I mean, maybe not on the level of the SNES game, but, you know, there's something to this. Like, it's not, you know, it's not just some worthless throwaway title like some other tie-in games are. Though it's certainly no Mickey Mouse 2. You know, it's no R-Type. Crystal Quest is a better game. You'd be better off playing Emo DAO. It's not as good as World Bowling. Like, I would rather play that. I think Prince Yerude is better, but not necessarily that much better. I think we're probably in the right range. You know, it probably belongs somewhere around here. Like, I would certainly put this above the Jungle Book. Like, the Jungle Book is certainly a more tedious game to play. Like, the whole thing about having to collect items, like, it's kind of like that. But this, I think, is better. Because Jungle Book really is just kind of a typical Euro platformer, just not done very well. It's not one of the worst games on Game Boy. Like Tarzan is kind of like that, done far worse. But I don't know, like, I would play this over Jungle Book. It's got more going on. You know, you don't have those really irritating... Well, the boss fights weren't necessarily that bad. But, yeah, this is better than Jungle Book. It's better than Peril Racer. It's certainly better than Vex Block. Vex Block is just kind of pointless. Yeah, Jungle Book is just like the NES version. I wasn't a fan of either of those. It's better than Megaman Xtreme. Like, if I had to choose between this game and Megaman Xtreme, I'm going to make all the Mega Man X fans sad and say, you know what? I like this more than Megaman Xtreme. I don't particularly like either, but I would pick this over that. It's better than Solar Striker. Solar Striker is just it's just a little bit too basic by comparison. It's better than Goal. It's better than Bomb Disposer, because that is kind of just poor man's Dr. Mario. And it's better than Pile Wonder for similar reasons. Because Pile Wonder is kind of just Sokoban, but not as good. But it's not as good as Duck Adventures. Duck Adventures has a funnier title. And, you know, I don't think the Game Boy really has a proper, you know, Space Panic-like. So I'm going to put this in between Duck Adventures and Pile Wonder. You know, I think it's, you know, the 154th best game that I've looked at on the Game Boy. And it has just gone past 7 PM, so I think with that, we shall end this stream. I think that will be it. So I hope you all enjoy your evening, and take care. I do have some other cartridges left, by the way. And maybe I will find the time to take a look at those. But I will not be streaming next Saturday. I will be busy with something else. So, I don't know, maybe I'll do a stream Sunday. We'll have to wait and see. But until then, I will see you later, people. See you.